Finally live. I'm about 28 minutes but we are now live. And wait, oh my god, I forgot to put in my second screen. Let me just do that real quick. Promo it on my. Alright, bear with me, bruh. I do not see chat right now. So, get my second stream. Oh my gosh. So many fucking technical issues in the morning. Screen. Screen. Working? Put this over. No voice. Oh, wait, can I be heard now? Also, I was late because there were people like fixing, and also I had to give my. It's like coming back to new because I had to get my tablet for my second monitor. That's why I was. That's why I wasn't like really heard because, look, like the reason why like I planned it at 10 a.m. and then I had to like fix my closet. I have like house help. Well, I am well off, guys. I'm well. Um, and then I had to give my cat eye drops, and then he was like wrestling with me. Like he was like running around. My day's been pretty good. I um I had like rice, hot dog, and egg for breakfast. And I put Carolina Reaper on like my hot dog and eggs, and then I had like such a bad time in the bathroom. So don't have chili sauce for like your breakfast unless you want your butt to sting. So that's that's what happened to me. So guys, for today, yeah, we're gonna be reviewing the Viarrah drama, and also while we're here, I have new shorts both on here and on my. I should put my TikTok on and on my TikTok.
They say you're rubbing them the wrong way. But why are you rubbing them in the first place?
Oh, yeah. I also have my. I have any comments here? Anyways, I also have a TikTok, so if you guys want to follow me on TikTok, then that would. So we're going to review the Viarrah drama, and like my coverage. Since my coverage here, it's like a big summary of what else is going on, and then we're gonna have flow. So there's ads. Ads turn on. I forgot if I had ads turn on. And we're going to watch Flo Talendi's coverage as well because she posted this like a day before I published this video. Oh yeah, I saw you. Like I saw you seen my story that Reaper. So yeah, and guys, actually, I want to show you. I want before I start going into the like before we start watching this instant Viara, let me just put it at the very start. But before that, I screenshot dumper. Okay. I want to show you guys the preview for the Viara video. Like I just want to know your guys' thoughts. Let me find it real quick in my need your like honest opinions here. What do you guys think of this thumbnail? Am I gonna get sued? Like, I need your guys' reaction. Will I get sued for this thumbnail? Because it's like a parody, most likely. It's a parody of Nicandros's Mutahar Nuent. Like, I like Nicandros. My cat's sneezing. Yeah, I'll dispute it in court. Here, because it's a parody of this thumbnail. Because like I watched Nicandros, one of my favorite video essayists, and I don't think he got sued. Who knows? Besides, Viarrah, I don't think Viarrah has the money to sue. I don't think her revenue's enough like to an international. Anyways, now
Since it's in
let's start the video, and we'll pause in between just to look back.
Since its inception, the Gacha Life community has been centered around sharing their creativity. From creating original characters to directing mini-movies, Gacha users have expressed their ideas and stories using the games developed by Luname. Among these early pioneers was Viarrah, a Gacha tuber who started creating skits on Gacha Studio back in 2017. She rose to popularity through her animated music videos, with the most popular being Queen, which has 15 million views. These videos are her specialty, and she created a team called Starity to help her produce more of this content. Through their collaborative effort, Viarrah's channel was able to put out higher quality music videos with live 2D animation and voice acting. They serve as a testament to how gacha content can be more than cringy slop catered to children. However, what happens when you make a decision antithetical to the work you produce? What happens when you continuously ignore criticism to paint yourself as the victim? What happens when you are complacent to the horrible actions conducted by your peers? With one wrong move, Viarrah may have initiated the downfall of her legacy as an OG gacha tuber.
On like that intro, probably like my second favorite, and like I aim to do like the same type of intro with the second Viarrah video, and I hope to like condense it because this is like almost an hour and 30 minutes. I'm aiming. Well, Hello, Hooven. And like, I'm just gonna confess here. I have never watched a single Viarrah music video. I have like never watched it. Maybe we could later on stream. But yeah, like I'm not really like the gotcha music video type. Like before I got into covering the whole like gotcha drama and shibimation, like the only like gotcha creator I've watched was probably just Flow. And that was like occasionally. Like Flow and like some of Bayo's, but I just remember seeing more of Flow's stuff.
January 31st, Gotcha commentary channel Flotalendi made a video discussing why Viarrah deleted her Discord server. Flo reports that it was due to backlash from Viarrah's announcement to use AI for an upcoming music video.
So I really wonder what could be the reasoning behind Viarrah's need to announce that she would use generative AI moving forward. Since there is no other public mention explaining what went down, and that she's too busy to do so apparently, we're gonna have to dig deeper. And thanks to my good friend Maven, who was also part of the Starity group, we got our hands on the announcement that led to the server deletion, along with behind the scenes and Viarrah's explanations to the team.
The announcement says, "Trigger warning, AI."
Dude, like I still cannot get over the fact that there's a trigger warning for AI. You know, like trigger warnings are used for like NSFW or SA, very like sensitive topics. AI is not a sensitive topic. It's just like a lazy and sloppy move to do, but am I strict when it comes to AI? Nah. Like, if this drama was just because of AI, if it was just AI and there was no LAN connection, I wouldn't have covered this. It was only because it was revealed that she was working with Len after he was exposed to pedophilia that I was like, you know what, I'm gonna like dip my fingers into this because who gives a shit? You know, who gives a shit about AI? Like it's a nothing burger. Like in my opinion, I don't know for like gotcha people, but for me, AI is like really a nothing burger to cover. It's lazy, yeah, and based on the standards of her community, she shouldn't do it. But like in the broader, like the, the broader view of, it's not that important. What is important though is the fact that she was doing like show sweep.
For whatever reason, I feel guilty of creating stories, especially now that I'm making a new music video.
I do not know why my voice cut out in that part, and like this is my struggle with Audacity sometimes. Sometimes it does weird shit to the recording.
I'm never the one to gatekeep or hide, really. I'm always going to be open, even if it changes how people see me. The video I am creating, slowly but nicely, will contain AI.
And also it's like, dude, look at this shit. It's bad. It's like even if she says, "Okay, I'm going to use AI for to make the process easier." Dude, look at the sun, bro. The sun is on her fucking head. Like, bro, you're telling me this shit's good? Look at the generic ass background. Though, to be honest, like, if you want a generic ass background, go for like anime background sites. But, bro, the lighting. The lighting is dog shit. You have a fucking ball of light on your on your like head, and your wait. Now that I look at it too, look at the colors, bro. Why is this black with the remaining shit is brown? Dude, this does not make any sense. It don't look good. It doesn't look good. It looks cheap and lazy.
Why? I am genuinely losing patience and time with animation. I have so much stories to share, but not enough time to put my own work into all of them. I can't bring myself to do frame by frame screenshots. I just can't look at that when it comes to my own work. Unless it's a goofy video. Is this an excuse? Nope. Am I being lazy? Yes and no.
And you know, like the funny thing is too is that how is that she has a team who does it for free. They do it for free. So it's just like, bro, you can just like, hey yo, bro, can you just get three people? Just get three people and be like, yo, dude, give me some like shit for this. Like, can you guys animate something real quick for this video? Just like she can ask like a few people to do that. But it's like we'll get into it later because there's a more in-depth explanation as to why when Viara goes over it through her doc. So yeah, I won't go into it too much. I'll let the video play.
I genuinely love creating stories, but I don't have months to work on it anymore, not when I'm looking for a job and handling two other stories which contain no AI, Rumors and Diaries of Fantasy. I understand your points of view and respect your decisions about AI, so I ask you to do the same and respect my decision. I am more than willing to talk about this in the future. You guys matter to me, which is probably why I feel the pressure and guilt. I'd like to add that the stories I make are mine, not AI's, and so are the character. I wanted to give y'all a heads up because in a way, I feel like I'm betraying you. Either way, no matter how things turn out, I am still going to continue making stories because they make me happy. Please, no hate or arguments. Let's treat this as human beings, not the end of the world. Thank you.
I'd argue though that making this whole ass announcement is what triggered the drama because if it's not a big deal, then why are you making an announcement about it?
First of all, having a trigger warning for AI is unbelievably cringe. If you have to make a trigger warning for it, that's your conscience telling you that you are doing something wrong. Now, if you clicked on this video expecting me to moral frog over AI use, I'm not really going to do that. You should probably watch someone else. I am way more lenient when it comes to AI. I think it's a useful tool, but that doesn't mean I support AI art. It means I'm not gonna go after someone for just using Gen AI. We have to take into consideration the community she is in and the standards that have been set by them. Using that and my own judgment, I am going to criticize Viarrah for her words and actions regarding the entire situation. In the first place, her channel is known for having animated gacha music videos produced by her team Starity. These are animators, artists, and voice actors whose online presence and work revolve around their craft. The decision to make and post an AI music video onto the channel will reflect poorly not just on Viarrah, but the entire team. The general public will not check the credits. They will see it came from Viarrah and assume she and the entire team were in on it. You are also from the gacha community, one of the most hypersensitive communities I have ever seen. Being lazy and not having enough time is not a valid excuse. If you want to create more
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, I forgot about this point, Loki. Like, if she put out that shitty as pirate music video made by AI, then that's not just going to affect her; it's going to affect everyone on the team because it's like, oh, you're working like in Starity. Oh, the team that uses AI, it's going to be like such a negative thing for their reputation, especially when they want to if they want to work in like different teams in the gacha community. And we all know how hypersensitive it is. You know, it's just insensitive. Like insensitive to your team. And then the fact that she just doesn't take the L it's the cherry on top. She just refuses to take the L on it.
More stories, but you don't want to take so much time creating them? Make animatics, or make gotcha music videos the old-fashioned way. If what you were planning to do was acceptable or correct, then you wouldn't feel the need to address it publicly. If you truly cared about your team and your audience, the idea of making AI music videos using Grok of all things wouldn't even cross your mind.
Dude, I forgot it was made by Grok. It's in the thumbnail though, but bro, out of all the AI to use, you're using fucking Grok. Dude, you're letting Elon Musk take your data, take your art. Fucking Grok can't even use ChatGPT or Gemini or like the Sora AI thing. Grok. Who even uses Grok?
Due to the backlash over this announcement, Viarrah deleted her Discord server and addressed the situation in private. Flotalendi shows screenshots of this which start with Viarrah saying, "Touching on the subject of what happened, please be aware that none of the below is me making excuses. I added some life stuff so you'd understand where I'm coming from. Know that this message was not AI generated in any way, both wording nor feelings, so if you see typos or need further explanations, let me know." It started with me making a decision I honestly thought was no big deal. I wanted to make a music video using pictures I made and putting them into AI for smooth animation and lighting, so I wouldn't have to spend days on something I won't be profited on. I wanted to make it because the story I had for it excited me, and I didn't want frame by frame gotcha screenshots because that's more lazy than what I did in my eyes.
Also, like, how is frame by frame gotcha screenshots more lazy? Dude? Like, I've experimented with frame by frame screenshots, and it's so. It is harder. It's harder, bro. Like, you have to like frame it in a way, and then you have to see if the motion is correct. Like, it's so tedious. It's very tedious. It's not lazy. Like, what's lazy? Program and it's spitting it out for you. That's more.
Recently, I started feeling like I'm losing spark with my channel, and it frustrated me to point of wanting to quit. But I also didn't want to leave all that work behind either. So I was in the middle for a while, especially because I enjoy fantasy far more, I'm not gonna lie. In a way, that spark was restored when I tried Grok AI after drawing some models for EC7. It helped with positions and storyboards, with visuals and lighting. It gave that live 2D but better vibe, and I was loving it.
Live 2D but better vibe. Yet, if we go, where is it? Where the fuck is? We go here. Look at that giant ass ball of light on her head, bro. Live 2D but better, she says. With nonsensical lighting, just like a big fucking ball on her damn forehead. Bro. And also, it's just like, I don't know if it's just me, but isn't this area here a bit too extended? Like, it should be flatter, right? Easy. Anyways, 2D, live 2D but better with this giant ass yellow ball on your damn head.
But I also didn't want to leave all that work behind either. So I was in the middle for a while, especially because I enjoy fantasy far more, I'm not gonna lie. In a way, that spark was restored when I tried Grok AI after drawing some models for EC7. It helped with positions and storyboards, with visuals and lighting. It gave that live 2D but better vibe, and I was loving it, especially of how fast it took to make. Out of all the AI to use, you used Grok? That's the most dogshit AI platform to use. If you're going to make slop, at least use better services like Sora AI or Google Gemini. Keep in mind that the free Grok Imagine can only generate 20 10-second videos per day. If Viarrah was going to continue making AI music videos, she'd have to give like $30 a month to.
Dude, like, imagine giving $30 to Grok. That's sad. If she did not get called out for it, I guarantee you she would be giving that $30 to Grok. Like Google Gemini has like cheaper, because I use Google Gemini for like studying. Dollars for Super Grok, not just Grok, Super Grok.
To Elon Musk? That's way more pathetic. I am aware I have animators within Starity who are willing to help, but I can't imagine all the scenarios being done through Live 2D, which is why I asked Redacted and Redacted for help with Rumors, which has no AI materials when it comes to animation. I have proof of that if needed. Now, this was on me and it's not an excuse. In the last Starity server, there were attempts to make EC7 fully Live 2D.
Also, does anyone here know what EC7 is? I don't know what EC7 is.
There were proper deadlines, conversations, plans, and more. I specifically asked if someone can take the project to let me know, but nothing was said at the time until the deadline was reaching the end and nothing was done.
Look, if you have proper deadlines, conversations, and plans, then you should be interfering when, like, when there's a deadline coming and nothing is being done. As a lead, be strict. You need to tell your team, hey guys, if you can't finish this deadline, then you need like consequences for that. If you task someone with something and they are not doing it, then there needs to be consequences for their actions. For example, it's reduced roles in Starity, or maybe even moving them from if they cannot accomplish. Yeah,
It was then when animators started quitting and EC7 died because I couldn't do 20-minute episodes by myself. I have trust issues since childhood, so this only made it harder for me to trust animators who had stayed.
also there's like trust issues. I have trust issues since childhood, but let me trust the fucking pedophile, the fucking gotcha Epstein. that he changed, even though there's a boatload of evidence showing that he's a predator.
Not wanting to lose friends and good people, I just stayed quiet and asked for the barest of the minimum, until eventually I stayed quiet all the time. Redacted people I had worked with helped me restore that a little, getting me excited to put in my own work as well, but so far, I have best communication with Redacted alone, which I acknowledge is my problem.
Dude, if you think about it, Len totally is gotcha Epstein. Due to like, you know how Epstein is notorious for like his connections with various people. That's why there's the Epstein. Len had connections with so many of the big gotcha. Like he even had connections with Unime, if I remember correctly. I remember like Flo mentioning Len was in charge of like, I'm not sure. Like don't take just take it with a grain of salt. I don't really remember what she mentioned. He had like big time. He was.
So far, all I hear are excuses to cope with the fact that you used AI and were planning to incorporate it into your channel. Now for the AI. All this I told you made me want to take things into my own hands. I personally have no issues with AI as long as the tools are used correctly and you don't sell it to others as.
Wait, it's cutting out, huh? I don't know if it's because like I just lean back 'cause my chair is wobbly. But is it okay? Like if I'm doing it like this, am I getting cut Wi-Fi? Or if it's far from the mic, I'll try to stay closer so that the audio doesn't cut out. But in my audio mix, I'm seeing my audio mix. What the fuck? Okay, I think I'm seeing the problem because when I was like a bit reclined, probably from leaning back, I can't hear things. Okay, let me just put my face near the microphone, or like just move it here. Okay, is this okay now? Like, can you guys hear it? Like, gonna unpause. Just tell me if you can hear. Okay.
As yours. This music video I wanted to make was my own fun, to make stories again, and not spend 3 to 9 months on it. I understand why people dislike AI, so I was hoping people will also understand my decision too. Again, this could be my lack of knowledge or lack of judgment, and you may view me as
Okay, now you're going to have to say all of that again, please. I think, okay. Len totally is Gotcha Epstein, if you really think about it. From his connections with all the big Gotcha tubers and even Luna May himself to grooming minors time and time again. He is, like, if you really think about it, he is Gotcha Epstein. Like, dude received child porn. Like, the man's Gotcha Epstein, and I will stand by that. And I need to refill my water.
just lazy, but all I am is honest right now. The server conversation started calm until it wasn't, such as, I can't support this shit, and giving up on friendships just because I wanted to share a story that wasn't their way.
You know, honestly, like this giving, I can understand I can't support this shit, but being like, oh, you use AI, friendship over it, that's super petty in my opinion. Like, so I didn't really see that in like the 40 plus screenshots in her doc. So yeah.
My problem is lack of understanding why people care more about others' choices than their own to the point they'd give up on someone so soon. Don't worry, I gave up on the idea of the music video I was creating. Not because I wanted to, but because of peace. Know that Rumors is not like the video below, and I'm pretty sure that's visible, and neither is Diaries of Fantasy. Why is it surprising to you that people hate the fact that you are using AI? You are a gotcha tuber. You are from a community that has a very strong stance against generative AI. There is no nuance about AI for them. They are also the type to start canceling people over shit like tracing. I'll make it clear that I'm not like them and I'm aiming to have a general drama commentary audience.
Yeah, like just to elaborate on this point a bit more. I come from the Chud logic. If you don't know who this is, I'm just giving you guys a bit more context. Oh there, Chud. Cause I started like doing this YouTube thing a lot more because of Chud. So I come from his community since what I used to do is just watch a lot of his like stuff. A good commentary streamer. I'd recommend him. So I come from there and it's a lot more edgy compared to the gotcha community, but I would not say that I'm as edgy as the people in the commentaries. Like I kind of sit in between. How do you find the clip with Viarrah using AI? Did she delete it? From what I remember, I asked Flotalendi for a copy of it and she sent it to me. That's how I was able to get it. I think yeah, she deleted. It was only like shared in her um Starity server. I think it's either the Starity server or the community server. And Flo got a copy of it, which she used in her video. And when I was making this video here, I asked her for a copy so that I could show it in here, and then she sent it to me. Which props to her. Like it was a really great help in making this one.
However, this is the community that you chose. You chose to be a gacha tuber who cultivates an audience of people who are very passionate about these topics. As a member of this niche, you need to abide by the standards set by your peers and your audience. If you can't do that, then leave. This is something that is true for every online community. No creator is exempted from it. The thing is, I understand how hard school life is. Managing your own life, work, school is such a pain, which is why I ask little to nothing from this team. I don't want to put the pressure to the point the only solution would be to leave. You came here, willingly, to help for free, so I didn't want to abuse that.
Like thinking about this one now, I don't get it either because people joined Starity to make music videos. That's the whole entire point, right? So why would it be like bad for you to ask your team, "Hey yo guys, I got a new idea for a music video. Can you like get this done in like a month or like a few weeks?" It just doesn't make any sense to me because if you DM the gotcha music video that you want to make with AI and you say that, oh, I don't want to use my team to make this because it's not that good, then it just begs the question. If it's not that good that you want your team to work on it, then should the idea really be posted? Should you really make the music video if it's not that good?
I don't want to make up a fake apology, so instead I gave a reasoning and explanation. Well, your explanation is filled with a lot of coping, and many of your grievances can be solved easily. If you are worried about money, live stream yourself working on the music video and turn on donations. While
And that there's also this idea, like what I'm doing right now. Also, guys, we have a goal. I don't know what we'll do when we'll reach the goal, but there's a goal nonetheless. So if you want a super chat to support the stream, then that is your choice. But generally, like, if her concern is money, honestly, it may be a money problem. Then again, some are paid. Like, even if it's a money problem, Yara has like, wait, let me check her sub count right now. Because if the thing is money, because I'm sure she's monetized. She's big enough to be monetized. She has 705,000 subscribers. And if we look at her views, like she has enough. She has enough like subscribers. She has enough of an audience to live stream herself working on music videos. And dude, look, she has done so. She's done so before. So she can have like donations on and then like have each goals. Does she have any merch? I think she does. Like she has, I don't know, like her Kofi. Um but yeah, she does have merch. She has like, let's see here, Viarrah shop. Okay, so she has a notebook, a poster, and a mug. The fuck is this mug? Okay. What? $19 for a mug? Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Who's paying $19 for a mug? And it's just like for a really basic design, $19 for a mug. Like the notebook makes sense. I can see why she charged $15 for the notebook. This makes sense. The poster makes sense. A really expensive mug does not make any sense. And she also has a coffee. Dude, why is her boyfriend buying her so many, like donating so much to her? Just use PayPal, buddy. Yeah, like it's crazy. So she has a Kofi though. Her dude, it's all her boyfriend. Though there's like some few other people, but people donate to her. She can turn on like super chats for her live streams if money is such an issue. Like, dude, she's fully capable of monetizing herself.
While you're doing live 2D or drawing art, you can engage with your audience and build a better connection with them. You have 700,000 plus subscribers. Are you telling me you can't monetize yourself? The last screenshots that Flotalendi showed in her video was Viarrah's response to deleting the Discord server. Me deleting the community server was being held back for a while because I've been overly obsessed, making people like what I do that I was constantly up for feedback. In a way, it motivated me because they were happy, but I really need to take a step back from them, and I believe getting rid of it is best bet right now. It could be also because I'm afraid I'll disappoint them. Separating myself from the community is currently the best option.
Dude, it's like I deleted my community server because I don't like backlash. It's just bro. Bro, it's so pathetic. It's just like this is what I notice actually with like gotcha creators. They can't handle backlash. Like the only gotcha creator I've seen who can handle it, like the only two so far that I've seen was the, the blue cat person. I forgot her name. But the one who made Hero Lies, like the animator, and Flo. But Flo's more understandable because she's like a commentary channel, so she's more primed to be able to take criticism. Um, but there was also another one who made like an AI song. I forgot her name. Like basically, if you know like the blue cat girl with the hair, yeah, Kitty Pop Time. Kitty Pop Time had like this brief drama where she used an AI generated song in her music video, though the visuals and everything else was like made by her. But she used AI generated song. But you know what she did? She saw the backlash and she said, "Okay, guys, fair enough. I didn't know it was wrong. I'll take it down." So she took down the video, and then when she re-uploaded it, she used a no copyright song, and that no copyright song fit better for her music video. And I think that's like the best way you can handle a controversy like this. You just need to take the L and then like put something out that's human made. It's like it's literally that simple, and I doubt um some people here know about it because I don't think anyone really made videos about it. It was just from a YouTube post that one of my server members sent in general, or in like the gotcha drama. By the way, guys, I just forgot. Let me just grab the link. I forgot to pin it. But if you want to talk more about drama and other things, here is the link to my server. Let me just pin it. Now continuing on.
No, I messed up on not discussing with Starity. That's 100% on me, and I'm sorry for that. I got overexcited and was really happy about the speed and beauty it offers, knowing I can't exactly do such a thing fast. The main reason why I don't hate AI is because people make it bad by choosing to use it in wrong ways. I'm not going to lie, I was salty about the fact that everything I came across was talking about AI stealing art, but not once did I come across the hate for people using AI voices when voice actors exist. No, please don't think I used AI out of spite, just sharing my feelings is all. What the fuck are you talking about? There was literally a SAG-AFTRA video game strike that happened in the last 2 years. That was about how voice actors were protesting and withdrawing from.
Dude, like I remember, like Genshin, or like I think a lot of the Hoyoverse games, except for Zenless, I think they were voiceless for patches, like for consecutive patches because of this strike. And it was like such a big thing. Like the SAG after strike was such a big thing, especially for voice actors. There's no way with someone who works with voice actors that she'd hear about it. Like she didn't hear about it.
From games to protect their voices from being used by AI. Games like Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail were voiceless for a number of patches because of this. How do you not know that? Your boyfriend Joshua Moon is an American voice actor. Surely that guy would have known and mentioned it. I agree though that
Why are we still talking about this, Viara? I thought it was over already. It's just refreshing myself in order to prepare for the next video because someone who was a victim of Len um like came to me and talked about it though. Like they came to a bunch of people and they spoke about their experiences working in the team antagonist that Len and Viara were in. So I'm gonna make a video discussing that, and I just want to cover all the bases here in order to make sure that when I make the video, I don't need to like continuously add anything or I don't miss anything out. I just feel like it's being dragged. Just my opinion. I would disagree because if you think about it, like aside from the videos made in February, nothing else really came out of it. Like, and given that it's May, like I have made, like since that video, I have made so many other content, like since that. Like I have 2 videos. I have my shorts, I also have my TikTok. So it's just I like the only reason I'm doing like the second one is because there's someone with their experiences who and they need to have it out there. They need to have it shared. And I just want to do it just honestly. And it's like I wouldn't be pushing hard for the second one to be made. Like if it wasn't for the fact that um of the things that I've heard that took place in that thing, that like team antagonist thing. Like I'm being vague right now because I'm not too sure what I can divulge, but know that like ideally before the end of at the end of the day, constantly talking about it will only give her clout. Yara's like way bigger than me. I don't know if you can see. I have 3.89k. There's only like about people here, so what clout can I give her? She's the one giving me clout. If you think about it.
there are nuances in using generative AI, but with who you are and the community that you are in, this is not one of those acceptable cases. Redacted says, saying that this is my
Yo, Maven, what's up? I'm just refreshing my mind on this drama because, not gonna lie, after academics, I kind of forgot a bunch of details. So I've been like gonna rewatch my coverage on it and then Flo's coverage just to cover all the bases, and then hopefully before the end of May, I can put it out.
decision and expecting people to respect or understand ignores the power imbalance. Viarrah replies with, I think I needed that realization, and I thank you for it, honestly, because I didn't think about it that way. Of course, you guys mean a lot to me. If I thought AI is truly better than you, then that's an actual issue. Every person within Starity has such an amazing talent, and I mean it. But yeah, I see why people here would be salty over this a little bit more now. I didn't mean to really replace people here. I figured it was a non-profit story and wanted to try it. I didn't want to bring members into a long project nobody will really benefit on. Song isn't as popular, so not a lot of people will see their work. No continuation on the plot, which will make Riggs useless, and all that time working on it won't be seen. Non-profit. Copyright, which gives a chance of removing the video itself, but I doubt because it's just a song.
If non-profit is an issue, bro, just stream yourself making it and rake in the super chats. She and her MAGA boyfriend pissed me off, what the fuck? Real.
Redacted says, of course, it's your choice on this decision for future projects, but I'm just giving you the harsh perspective on the severity. Viarrah responds with, yeah, I understand the message. I appreciate the truth always. I don't think I'd be using AI for animating my characters anymore. More like a storyboard, and probably when I get stuck on backgrounds, but everyone's right when it comes to animating.
When I get stuck on just use Pinterest. Use Pinterest, my brother in Christ.
If the song isn't popular, it won't bring revenue to your channel and has no relation to the existing plot in your music videos, then why make it in the first place? You downplay the music video's worth as if it is insignificant.
I have a question though. Is this like new stuff that happened, or is it just a summary or a review? It's really just a summary or a review of it. Because, well, like I just said, I kinda forgot since I've been busy the past few months with school. So I'm just refreshing myself. So when I finish my script, I know that I've covered all the bases and I don't need to make a third, because honestly, I do not want to make a third Viarrah video.
Significant by saying all of that, yet you are defending your decision to make it. It's also hilarious that she concedes to not using AI for animation anymore, but admits that she still wants to use it. I think your team expected you to apologize and not do it again. You conceded not because you cared about them, but because you are afraid of backlash.
I have to admit that the fact that she used AI wasn't what pissed me off that bad. It pissed me off the fact that this girl wouldn't say a thing unless she was confronted. Yeah, like that's valid because it's just, like you have to take into consideration what is acceptable in the community in which you foster your audience. And the fact that she wants to like remain silent and then play the victim is annoying.
Also, I'd like to point out that in her TikTok reposts, she reposted this cringy animation meme.
This dude, they were literally making the AI fucking boyfriend. Like I don't know if this was satire.
Glazing AI, which shows that Viarrah likes AI a lot more than she lets on. After this video was posted, Viarrah responded via a now deleted comment where she said, Flo? As one content creator to another, you could have reached out to me for a proper discussion because you lift out the opinions of Starity. You said some things in your video that I believe you didn't think about, such as me having better things to do than discussing the problem. You as a news channel
Isn't storyboarding just sample short drawings for the plot? Why use AI for it? Exactly, bro. You can use stick figures for storyboarding. Like you can use photo bashing. If you need ideas, like just like crop out a photo of a building, you plop it in there, you use the perspective tool in Ibis Paint. Her story is written by AI, you cannot convince me otherwise. Oh, Maven, like do you remember like the thing you told me about? She used AI in like another thing. Can you like send the link in chat about that? Because there was supposedly another video, but I just don't remember which one it was.
should have reached out to me to know the whole truth. Instead, you and others went behind my back and decided to take things into your own hands, which wasn't okay. Starity members who had left don't know what happened after, not to mention you didn't include the opinion of those who stayed, as if they don't matter. I will make a proper stream where I can talk to my community today, just me and them. The announcement has been made. People need to see the whole conversation and know my point of view since, this is kind of about me. Additionally, she posted an announcement stating the same thing on her YouTube.
Yeah, that one. The AI song. Same, Red, same.
Post. Now I tried to warn her not to make.
Okay, so like for context about Hi Red. The context for this, because like I saw it's a live stream, and every time someone responds via a live stream, it's bad. Bottom line, guys, if you are in a controversy, never ever respond live. You have to shut the hell up and you have to make a video response. I'm still surprised she had interaction with Len. Same here, bro, same. So I'm just saying, like, dude, do not do it. Don't do it. But she still did it. And then she said, like, oh, I'm gonna make a document. But she didn't even read the document out loud. She just summarized the point. Like, the document served more as a guide rather than her script, which is, bro.
Make a stream about it to just read the document, but she did not listen and push through with her plans. Keep this in mind because I believe that this decision was the catalyst for the escalation of this drama. It may have just cost her her entire career as a gacha creator. I'll be covering Viarrah's response primarily through her Google document while including bits from her stream since it is just her reading it out alongside her friends. In case I don't say something I want to in the stream, here is all the rest of the things the community needs. The materials below were not mentioned in Flo's video. Mind you, Flo or any of the Starity members who had left did not reach out to me for anything, and it was discovered later on that one of those members spread information without knowing the full picture, which caused someone to comment something that left me and Starity members in shock. This just proves how you shouldn't judge the situation right away without the full story. This unfinished story painted me as if I don't appreciate my Starity friends, that I mistreat them and play favorites, which just isn't true. I won't express how that made me feel, but I hope you can imagine the frustration of waking up in the morning and seeing an unfinished story. Flo did not include the discussion chat in Starity, but instead used only my answers, which Starity members did not appreciate either, and left us guessing that someone who had already left Starity.
And it's just like, dude, the document was also like, it's bloated. It was like so bloated. Like, I don't really care about what these people are saying. Like, the criticism is on the actions. I don't really care about some rando's opinion.
Starity gave Flo a green flag. Again, this was not okay. The screenshots Viarrah shows are from anonymous Starity members who think Flo's video is a breach of privacy, nobody's business, and that Viarrah already realized her mistake. This document will hold everything that needs to be known from my side. This was written before the stream, so if anything else needs to be said, can be said in the stream, the comments, or even email me if the issue is too big. I chose to make a stream because I have nothing to hide and nothing to lie about. May God be my witness in this. Amen.
Dude, also just, it triggers me. It triggers me when people invoke God in this because I'm also Catholic, Filipino Catholic, and it's just like, why are you trying to invoke God's name in a drama, bro? It's so rich. Like every single time, like this woman talks, it's just like, oh, but God will forgive. God knows the truth, bruh. I don't think God will like it that you are working with a man who harmed children. God told us that we must protect the children.
I'm gonna defend Flo on this. While I can understand criticizing how she does content and I don't agree with every opinion she has, she didn't do anything wrong in this situation. It is her job as a commentary channel to give commentary. Someone approached her with the information that you were going to make an AI music video. You do not need to include the whole discussion of austerity in order to form commentary about the situation. All that is required are your server announcements and the messages you sent about it. She supplied that within her video. It's also not a good look to whine on stream about how Flo did not contact you when she did for Len totally, and how her content is trash.
But I really hope that Flo is gonna make some kind of a statement because her video is trash. Trash worthy. Her video, if her video alone was only on the platform, now that would be cancel worthy. But she left out everything that I have in this document, and that is messed up. Flo should have reached out to you first. I absolutely agree. This could have been ended up as a interview if she wanted to bring it something public and ask me how I feel about it.
They just like, dude, you are not entitled to an interview. Like, bro, it's annoying, dude. Like, you did something wrong. You went against like your community. You went against the trust of your team, and now you're just like saying to the commentary channel, bro, you should have interviewed me. No, no, it is not. While interviews are part of what a commentary channel does, like that, you're not owed to it. No one owes it to you. Like, grant you an interview.
Mind you, she did reach to me when a Len totally situation was happening. So she still had me friended on Discord. She could have came to my DMs, but she decided not to, for whatever reason, because she got a green flag from someone who left Starity. Huh?
The only news that she does is for Gotcha Life and Shibimation. Everything else is her commentary, her opinion. You publicly announced that you are going to make an AI music video. It's absolutely fair game to cover that. However, I am interested in the content that Flo left out. I'll see if it is truly egregious. Also, you say you have nothing to hide and nothing to lie about, invoking the name of our Lord in this as well? Let's see how true that really is. The AI music video.
Okay, this is like, I want you guys to listen to this because I did want to include it in this video, but then I would get like copyright claimed if I tried to include this song. But I need you guys to listen to it. You need to listen to Here Missing Piece by John Michael Howell. Okay. Cuz bro, this is the song that she said she immediately fell in love with and then she wanted to do this story. So let's hear it. Let's hear it. This is just like the whitest shit I've heard, bro. Now, I like Sailor Shanties. I think Sailor Shanties can be good, but this feels super generic. Doesn't seem like a bad. It's generic. I just feel like if you're gonna be risking your reputation and a bit of your career online for it, it could have been a better song. I'm just saying, like, no hate to this guy. It's just when I heard it, it was like, I just the image in my head was just this. It did not go hard. It was stale. Does it really matter? I just wanted to give like bit of context for that since if your whole thing is music videos, then like I'm just very particular when it comes to music because am I being a bit of a snob with it? Sort of, but if you're gonna make a music video, then hopefully it has like better better lyrics because it just feels kind of generic. It just feels too generic and and it was just funny. It was just really funny to me.
I came across a song called Missing Piece and immediately fell in love with it. I didn't even write the story. I knew everything I wanted to do in those 2.5 minutes. I was so overly excited to make something out of it that I made a little picture on my story first. Backgrounds are from Pinterest, characters are mine. Because of this excitement, I wanted it to come out fast.
Prompt: make a 2 minute. Ah, gotcha. She should have done "Little Girls" by Danny Elfman by Oingo Boingo. No, that's a Len Totally theme song. Make a 2 minute song with a mix of footsteps and a few people singing that fits for my fantasy gotcha story. It just it just feels like it's generated, and I think not too sure about this, but the guy's a TikTok creator, so he did it based on a prompt. So I think that's why it's a bit more generic.
Yes, the choice to go with AI to make that happen was wrong. I agree. But because I wrote songs and made them on Suno, which never showed alarms in the community, and because some people openly talked about ChatGPT and how they are using it for homework, I thought this was okay as well. You see, the song would get my video a copyright claim, and it's not really the most famous song, so I didn't expect massive views. This was supposed to be for me because I really liked the story I came up with. I agree, I should have discussed this with Starity members beforehand, but because I genuinely didn't think much of it, I didn't. I did discuss this with Starity on why I had chosen to do it myself, especially because Starity has animators. I was honest and said I didn't want the team to waste months on working for this, only for it to not benefit anyone. We're talking about rigs, backgrounds, storyboards, scripts, editing that would all go down the drain. This music video was supposed to just be for fun. I wouldn't even gain any profit myself, so I didn't want to bother anyone with it.
Like, if the music video was supposed to be fun, then why publicize? If it was just for you, then, like, you could have saved yourself the massive headache if you kept it to yourself. Bro, if you use AI, just own it. This whole backtracking is really gay. True.
There are nuances present when it comes to the use of generative AI. I don't believe that it is completely reprehensible and that you must be condemned for using it. At the end of the day, it is a tool like any technology. The line that I draw is when you use it to make it do your own work for you and pass it off as your own. It should be used as an assistant, such as in generating quizzes to be able to study better, using it as a refined search engine to find what you need, translation, etc. You should acknowledge and properly cite in your work that you have used AI. There are certain situations where I'd be okay with using generative AI in my videos. For example, using AI text-to-speech to read out DM conversations of the people I cover in order to save my voice and time. However, there are other situations where I'd be completely against it, such as in voice acting for video games. I am completely against using AI to replace voice actors in creative works. It's not a black and white thing for me. Not everyone will have the same opinion of it, but in Viarrah's case, this is a situation that, given her line of work and the audience she cultivated, the use of AI should be condemned. If the video was truly for fun, Viarrah should have kept it to herself for her own personal enjoyment. Please be aware that I am not making excuses in any way, shape, or form. I am simply giving my best to explain the situation as good as possible. I am adding my own emotions and thoughts into all of this. As well, I am writing this openly, not with caution or fear of what I should say to make myself look like I am the most innocent one there is. Anyway, after a few seconds into the video, I started feeling guilty and uneasy, so I made an announcement in the Discord server that is now deleted. I didn't expect people to agree or disagree with me. It was more of a, hey, I did this, but I'm not so sure how to feel about it.
I don't feel like it was, hey, I did this, but I'm not sure how to feel about this. It was just more of an announcement saying that, hey, I'm making an AI music video, and here's my justification as to why. Like, how she's portraying it is really different from what it actually.
Before you think that I may be twisting my words, know that I was open here. Know that I didn't mention that I am not open for opinions and how I don't care what people may think. I simply shared my thoughts and said I would continue to make stories. So, more than this, I wasn't dismissive, I was open for discussion. Flo and others who gave her the green flag after leaving Starity had no rights to decide if they could share this without my consent or consent that needed to be discussed within the Starity. Please keep that in mind. We did not consent to any green flags. They decided this alone. We weren't asked.
You don't need to ask people if you're gonna leak. That's my big. If you're gonna leak, then leak. There's no. You don't need to ask people, especially when the subject matter was public, since it was in a community server.
Things like this are the reason why misinformation is so common and dangerous. Maven left before the discussion was closed. I had further discussions with people on both Starity and private messages. You posted the announcement on your community server. Nobody needed to ask you for permission to cover that. It's publicly accessible, therefore anybody can cover it. There's no problem either with Maven leaking messages to Flotalendi. The usernames of the Starity members were censored and the focus was solely on you. By all means, it was a fair coverage with the majority of the video being Flo reading your messages. Know that after discussion with Starity was done, I had deleted the AI video and all the materials with it. Don't worry, it's not because I magically changed my mind about how people use AI. It was out of respect for them. Members came to me, expressed how hurt they were, and were open to hear me out. Those same people who know me more than just a YouTuber who uses AI see that there is far more to me than this mistake. I take the blame. I am sorry to my fellow Starity members, and I am truly and honestly grateful to those who stayed and decided to resolve this with me. That's true friendship, and I hope this will bring no harm to any of them. Deleted Discord server. Many believe I had deleted the Discord server because I was scared of the criticism. Again, whoever said that does not know me. I created the server in the first place in order to bond with people who enjoy what I upload. I wanted us to be closer and for people to actually get to know me for me. Eventually, it started backfiring because of the stress, which was not caused by members within the community. I started giving myself bigger.
Yeah, like, I just wanted to like cover all my bases with like this video. That's why I read out the whole and I don't think I will be doing this again. I think I'll be condensing it more going forward because I don't want to read all that. I just felt like I had to.
Your expectations. I was constantly thinking I was failing people who watch me because of how slow I was working. I wanted more. I failed at communicating about that, and I am sorry to those who had to witness my breaking point. When I posted the announcement, I was ready for a discussion. I was ready for disagreements and reasoning. What I wasn't ready for was the backlash from people I cared about. Seeing them.
Many believe I had deleted the Discord server because I was scared of the criticism. What I wasn't ready for was the backlash from the people I cared about. So it's scared of the criticism, dude. So many I was. True. It's just like, so you would benefit from brevity. But bro, isn't this just like, oh, I saw like the backlash, that's why I deleted it. Like, dude, both reasons are you deleted the server because of the criticism. That's it. No, like it's just like Just because you use different words to describe it, the fundamental fucking point is the same. You deleted it because of the criticism that occurred.
The mess I created, I felt so bad that I just deleted the server without a second thought. Not because I was running, but because I was heartbroken that I was losing people over something I didn't think was a big deal. I agree. A lot of people told me to make a statement after that, but I just couldn't. I felt ashamed and scared. Not because I was afraid I was going to lose my career, but because I didn't want to lose people I cared about and I considered friends. Mind you, my channel's not my career, it's my hobby. I share it for fun, and I happen to get money out of it sometimes. I don't know if this is
Also, I don't think Viarrah's revenue maxing should be revenue maxing with like 700,000 subscribers. And, well, she admitted later that she does not have a job. She's unemployed. So it's like, bro, lock in.
this naivety, plain stupidity, or both. I've been hammering this point throughout this entire video that you are in a community that hates AI. What the fuck did you expect? Moving on. Starity discussion. Now this is the part that was left out of Flo's video, how my friends reacted, what was said, and what will be the progress of videos moving forward. Mind you, a lot was said that both Flo and Maven decided wasn't important. Starity members are important, and you deserve to know how they felt too. I would like to add that I do have the approval to share this, but not from members who had left Starity. Those who stayed are okay with me sharing the discussions chat. If some messages are fully blurred, that person wanted to stay out of this, and they would appreciate it if you were to respect that for them. Please read carefully, with open mind and hearts. This is the full conversation of our discussions. Holy fucking yap session, bro!
Like, dude, you expect someone, you expect the average fucking person to sit down there and just go over it, just go over this one by one, like a whole fucking debate on the ethics of AI. Oh my god. If the friend she's scared about give backlash to her, it shows how wrong she is, and obviously shows that she's sensitive to criticism. True. Like, bro, there were so many. Like when I opened it for the first time, like when I was reading the doc and I just saw it and I was like, bro, did you read it all? Like I skimmed through it and like I did read it. Like like I read it really fast just to check if there was anything important that I needed to include. There was nothing. It was just debating about AI and like random charity members expressing their opinions, which isn't really relevant. Like nobody really cares about what person redacted said.
There are 43 screenshots of
Like,
discussion.
dude, this is from like my Adobe Acrobat. You're expecting people to read all of that?
Regarding AI that is totally worthless in assessing this drama. The only thing that is a relevant point to bring up about these is that the reception was mixed among Starity members. Aside from that, I do not care about random people's opinion on AI. The issue is you, Viarrah, making an AI music video when your channel's work revolves around artists, writers, animators, voice actors, and more coming together to use their own human-made talent to create gacha music videos.
Well, Kenny, we can just like throw it into ChatGPT and see if it can pump out the summary for us because there's no way I'm reading all of that again.
Flotalendi criticized were your words and actions. This is why I refuse to read these out, but if anyone's curious and wants to read them, I'll post the doc link in the description and comments if you are
Viarrah's picture doc. Do we have it? Okay, this is not. Okay, Viarrah's full story. Okay. Copy of the full story. Cause, dude, look at the it's like blurry now, and yeah, I think this is just like a memory issue. But dude, it takes how many pages is this? One, two, three, four, five, six. 6 pages full of straight yap. And you have to like zoom in to read.
Deletes it, there are archives on my Discord server, link in description. This was the end of Starity discussions. However, 4 more people reached out to me and not all of them were Starity members. We discussed everything, they offered to listen.
Are you on your phone for this? That might be what. I'm on my computer, bro.
To understand, and we came to an agreement that no more AI will be used. Now, Flo's video states that only the part where I said how I will continue using AI, which was before the discussion was over in whole. I see I hurt people, I understand I did, so I backed off. That was a decision I didn't have to make, but I did because I care for Starity. And if this hurt their feelings, then it's on me to choose either them or me being lazy. That was a decision I didn't have to make, but I did because I care for Starity, and if this hurt their feelings, then it's on me to choose either them or me being lazy. I chose them. Before you attack me any further you didn't state it anywhere, I don't exactly owe people who left Starity any further explanation. They left. You owe an explanation to your audience because you posted the announcement on your community server, a public platform. When you resolved the situation on the 27th, the very least you could have done was address it on your YouTube community posts. Flotolendi posted her video 4 days later, so you had enough time to make a quick post. The screenshots she attached after this section essentially confirm she has no plans of making an AI music video anymore. However, based on the lack of answers as to whether she'll continue to use AI in her work, such as when she mentioned using it for storyboards and backgrounds, means that she's probably going to use it in other ways if you care about that. Now onto the supposed misinformation.
Maybe she rushed the sock. Like, said that she wrote it like 4 hours after like her announcement. Then she had the stream the same day with like her boyfriend. I just ate a Chips Ahoy cookie. Tia should have just doubled down with the AI. This is so pathetic. Honestly, if she did, that would just be like more acceptable. Because it'd just be like, fuck you guys, I'm gonna use AI. Cry about it. It's just like, I could respect that response.
The first misinformation she addresses is that she doesn't pay her members. Viarrah says, Starity is a non-paid team. People had the choice to apply in the community server, knowing very well that it's for fun and experience. Those who didn't apply and are in Starity have been DM'd privately and asked to join in on the non-paid projects. Then, they choose to either accept or deny. I don't hold anything against anyone. The main point is that Starity members know about it is a non-paid team. This allegation was based as miscommunication when an angry comment came my way claiming that I did not pay one of my artists after the merch was released. The thing is, this artist is a good friend of mine, which scared and shocked me knowing I had paid him. You see,
Oreos are better. Dude, sweet Chips Ahoy cookies. They're really good. They're really good, and I need the sugar to deal with Viarrah's bullshit.
You see, Starity artists get assigned for merch, and the deal was that the artist draws something, I put it on Redbubble, and whatever Redbubble gives me goes straight to the artist. This person, however, claimed that the artist did not receive anything, and later found out it was a miscommunication. This is just another proof that you should not rush into things without hearing the full story. Not only did the artist get paid, I also sent them the money to order their merch. The 2 screenshots attached confirm that the artist did get paid for their work and what Viarrah is saying is accurate. To clarify, this misinformation did not come from Flo's video. It refers to issues former Starity members have with Viarrah. The Exterity members, in their own document, concede to this point and apologize for spreading the misinformation. The second misinformation is, if Sterity is truly an unpaid team, why is Viarrah paying some of them? This was brought to my attention because the person who came to Flow got angry when they found out they weren't getting paid for their art while I commissioned other artists. Sound awful, right? What you don't know is that I commissioned Sterity animators. Who and why? Lenore. I commissioned her last year for a 30 seconds video back when I had a job. I was actually saving up to commission her since Rumors 1 came out because of the scenes I cannot do by myself, and she has a great talent.
But the thing is, guys, he's commissioning people in Sterity to do work for Sterity. Like, it just defeats the purpose, because if you're commissioning them to the work that Sterity usually does, and it's not just like for separate things, then why are some people being commissioned and some people not being commissioned?
I didn't commission her for art, I commissioned her for animation. I did commission her once for little Discord emojis, but that was out of support and because I really, really liked her style. I believe I also had a job while requesting those as well. Lenore does commissions, mind you, and this was no easy task that can be done in a week or two. I asked if I could commission her, she said yes, and so I did. Mind you, I don't pay Lenore for her voice acting, she volunteered for it. AJ, I commissioned her for far less than Lenore because I am currently not able to do more. AJ, who is also a Sterity artist, willingly not paid, was kind enough to jump in and help because of how much I was.
The commission that is tied into Yara's treatment with Sterity, because she's saying that Sterity is an unpaid team, they're all volunteers. But then it doesn't make sense because she's also commissioning, also she's also paying people for work that Sterity usually does. So what is it really? Is it paid or is it not? Like, what is the criteria for commissioning? It's the inconsistency.
Struggling, and I am forever grateful to her. I am hoping that the part 3 of Rumors will do so good to the point I can double what I offered. I believe I also promised her that? Maggie. Maggie, another Sterity member, was the first person I commissioned for a music video because I needed her to work alone on it while I dealt with other projects. She was super nice, made the project.
I mean, are the commissions like unrelated to? No, they're not unrelated because she's commissioning these people to do work on the music videos that Charity is responsible for. So it's just literally picking people to pay them in order to do work that normally the volunteers do.
And I gave her what I owed her. It didn't do as well, but that's not on her. The story was not exactly spot on, and I didn't do a good job at spoilers. The person who got angry with not being paid for their art came to Sterity willingly by applying through the community server. If they became mad for not being paid, knowing Sterity is a non-paid team, then I can't help them. If they were so frustrated, I was never demanding for anyone to leave or stay. Sterity members have a free choice to leave whenever they desire. Like I said, everyone knows Sterity is non-paid. I commission my own members whenever I can. I don't commission people outside Sterity. I don't recall ever doing that. In fact, this person asked for me to give them work. Mind you, I asked Sterity artists if they are free to do something or if they are too busy with life. This person would come to me when they were free and I would give them what needed to be done. We had a decent conversation every time, which is why I failed to understand their anger when it came to me. So no, I am not picking favorites like some of the comments and old members claimed. But I genuinely thought they knew me good enough to know that because we were friends. No, I didn't openly talk about me paying Sterity members, but I didn't believe it was important to announce to everyone that I am commissioning a person from my own team. Please stop jumping into conclusions when this channel has my Instagram and my email available. Yet everyone seems to believe people who either weren't there or who left before things were settled. I would have no problem with Viarrah commissioning people from Sterity if it weren't for the fact that she's paying them to do work for her YouTube videos. It creates a disparity because why are these people specifically being paid but not everyone else? We know that she paid these 3 people for a music video and animations. She doesn't provide why she has to commission them instead of asking people who volunteered to do it. There are no criteria listed either, so we don't know if these commissions are for very difficult sequences that require paid work instead of volunteer work. If such criteria exists, then you need to make that clear to everyone else on the team. However, if Viarrah's just randomly choosing people to commission for her channel output, that's not good practice. There needs to be a set of standards being applied. If you say that the team is volunteer only, then that needs to be followed. Same thing if they are being paid. The inconsistency leads to confusion and resentment that fractures Starity's working environment. The only part I can agree with is settling this in private, unless it was brought up in conversation before and Viarrah brushed it off. Also, in Flo's video, it was mentioned how I had better things to do than to respond to all of this. Yes, I was afraid to approach it because of exactly how everyone is reacting to it. First off, that story I had posted was me taking a break and reconnecting with Starity members. We were on a work call and they were helping me draw properly. Mind you, that call was also for my best friend who needed help reviving her accounts, so we were in there helping her too. Thank you very much for the assumptions. The situation blew up on January 26, and you didn't publicly comment until Flotalendi uploaded her video on the 31st. Of course, people are going to assume that you're too.
Bro had 5 whole days. 5 whole days to respond, and she didn't. So it's just like, what did she expect? Man, she's doing everything but telling the truth. Yeah, because she doesn't want to own up to it. She's incapable of owning up. Just wants to continue acting like everyone else is a bad guy.
Busy when you have "Sorry, I cannot hear you, I'm kinda busy" as the selected caption on your Instagram story instead of making a quick announcement. Again, what did you expect? My honesty. I take the full responsibility for how I treated Starity. Not talking to them was not cool from me, and I hope to never repeat the same mistake again. I just really didn't want to bother them. I know they are my team who would help me out willingly for free, but I never want to abuse that. Ever. I am not the villain the community paints me to be, and I won't stop making stories because of opinions. Mind you, another misinformation Flo had given to the community was that half of the Starity members left, which again is so far from the truth. Only 4 out of almost...
Did Flo say that? Let me check. I'm gonna check. We're gonna check. I really want to check if half.
That's right when it comes to animating. Since Viarrah was set to continue using AI despite criticisms, half the Starter team quit.
Okay, she did say it.
40 people had left. The video showed so little that it was just enough to cause drama and stick to what they heard so far. First impressions will always stick the longest. I believe she might make a follow-up video, and if she does, I hope she does it correctly this time. I came forward because of misinformation, so please don't think I'm here afraid to lose my career. This is a hobby again.
Again, what is the misinformation? She just like admitted to most of it, and she just put it with more flowery language that paints her in a better light.
Don't make enough to make it a career. We all are different. Isn't that the beauty of what makes us unique? That we have our own thoughts and opinions. If this needs any further explanation, interview, or other points of view, all you have to do is ask. What I did was not okay, but what Flo did was pretty low too. She crossed the line, and so did I. I hope we both will learn from this experience and move forward. This community doesn't need any more drama, and the fact people came to with threats of cancellation is pretty immature. Please respect each other, respect me, respect those who think a little differently but have good intentions. Lastly, I apologize for any and every person I disappointed. No, I too am a work in progress. Thank you for reading. You know, after watching the stream and skimming the doc, I wasn't going to make any content about this because I believed that it was an overblown drama between 2 to 3 grown-ass women. I told Flo that I did not care for it and continued on with my day before going to bed. I then woke up to Flo's DM about how Viarrah is planning to sue Maven? On February 3, 2026, Fro, better known as Joshua Moon, dude, like, her boyfriend has the same name as the owner of Kiwi Farms, and it's so funny to me. It's really, really funny. It just, like, dude has the same name as Joshua Moon Kiwi Farms. Like, bro has the same name as this guy, the guy who runs the drama forum. Moon, Viarrah's boyfriend, makes a post on her community tab that says, "Hello everyone. This is not Viarrah for once, but Fro, Joshua Moon. In light of recent events, I am here to update all of you. There are a few things that need to be covered. In regards to the document, video, and claims between the collaboration of Maven and Flo, I would like to address them. First off, the claims made in this document hold no weight, and there's no substantial evidence. I have provided the full context of conversations between Maven and Viarrah for you to make your judgment on. Viarrah reached out to Maven, hoping to have a civil conversation and resolve things, to better understand Maven's grievances and apologize for any indiscretions. As illustrated in these screenshots, the conversation devolved and wasn't productive. Due to Maven and Flo's escalation of matters, Viarrah has contacted the local police who have—
Bro, we got the popo in this. We got the popo. Like, imagine being a Croatian policeman and then you're there in the station, you know, crimes like burglary, murder, like hit and runs, and then when comes up to, I would like to report misinformation. They're defaming me, and then you see it, and it's like, fuck, gotcha, like.
replied with a statement as attached. Unfortunately, due to potential legal proceedings, we cannot share the contents of the document, but only its existence. Yeah, you heard that right. Viarrah is planning to sue Maven. I'll read the conversations directly while reading the rest of the statement because I don't trust the summary to be accurate. Strap in, guys. This will be a long read. Okay, truthfully, Maven, what are you trying to achieve with this? What would be your ideal
Honestly, that Reaper, I read that and and it was like, I misread that as, I feel like her and her boyfriend had a fart thought this whole drama. Because there's nothing in their brains, bro. It's farting. What do you mean, bro? Why?
outcome from releasing this doc? I'm giving my and other ex-members' point of view of the events, since we do not believe you actually understand the point of the issue that is using AI. Just so we are clear, in case you think talking with me will avoid the document going public, that will not happen. I'm willing to hear you out in a one-on-one, and if I truthfully was ignorant to something substantial, I'm willing to edit a part of the document, but I will not delete it or take it down. I'm going to get lunch with my family, so I—
Why do we have to take this to lawsuits over AI? Because Viarrah's ego was fractured, and I might be next. And if I might be next, if Viarrah will sue me, I'm gonna start a GoFundMe. GoFundMe, guys, so my ass don't get sued.
I won't respond in an hour or so. Answering this is to have both sides of the story out, the full ones. Since Flo did a very short video, that's very much true. But since you made a doc, we also made the doc so people can conclude whatever they want, as I have no intent in a character assassination of your public perception, as I have no benefit from that, and it's not correct either. Okay, what you're saying is that I don't fully understand the repercussions of my use of AI and that it was wrong for me to use it on my channel? In the live stream, I apologized for my use of AI. I would absolutely love, if you're open to it, to talk to me about the ramifications of my use of AI. Regardless of that, I have committed to using real artists, and I won't use AI for any purpose in my YouTube channel, whether you release a document or not. As for you mentioning the things you may be ignorant about, I have had a lengthy conversation with the team members about the use of AI. There are screenshots in the document if you want to have a look at what was said. Because you left staredy before we finished the discussion, it meant you weren't fully able to understand my opinion and missed out on crucial details. If you want my full opinion on this, it's also in the document. I am sorry for using AI. Are there any more issues of concerns you'd like to talk about with me? I'm sorry for the slow responses as I just finished eating. Okay, so I know you apologize for using AI and I acknowledge that that's valid. However, I can't say for sure that the apology stemmed from a genuine understanding of how harmful AI is in general, especially the AI you used for the animation, Grok. It was honestly triggering for me when I found out you used Grok for animation, since a malicious person did a sexual deepfake of me with that, and the fact that one of the people I most admired in this platform used it to hurt my feelings in a way that I cannot begin to explain. We, as in the...
Okay, like, I generally side Maven on this thing, but the deepfake thing, I don't think that's Viarrah's fault. It's not her fault that someone used Grok maliciously against her. Like, making deepfakes is bad, but I don't think we can blame other people for that, except for the person who did that.
The Xterity team members think you apologized because you were losing people over it, not because you truly understand the severity of what happened.
This is true, though. This is very true.
Honestly, I'm somewhat informed about what happened after Riri and I left the server, since we have friends there who told us that you deleted the discussion channel and that was very frowned upon us. I can't tell you word for word what you discussed, but the fact that one of your members had the idea to mass report Flotalendi's video is what I need to know your stance on it. Other than that, it's already on the document, and I've repeated plenty of times that I don't want to get you harassed or slandered. If that were to happen, I would be the first one defending you regarding the AI thing. However, I cannot give you more grace than I did on the document regarding the Len Totally situation. If you won't accept that my apology is real, then I don't think there's anything I can do. If you won't accept any reparations from me, then you don't want me to repent. You want damage. My opinion is genuine. With the absolute greatest of respect towards you, I was not responsible for what happened to you. I can't navigate around multiple friends with similar issues and not use platforms that are related to said issues. I'm sorry for what happened to you, but you must understand that it's an impossible expectation. Whether you believe my apology is genuine or not is irrelevant to the discussion. I meant it when I said it then, and I meant it when I say it now. Just to be clear, I only made it private instead of deleting it. I asked for the discussion to move on because it was upsetting.
Dude, it's just, I asked for the discussion to move on because it was upsetting. It didn't. He just wants the criticism to go away, bro. Further avoiding the consequences. Like, and she says, oh, I didn't delete it because I was scared of the criticism. Bruh.
It didn't. So I hid away from it by making it private, and I shouldn't have done that. You're right. As for the mass report, I did not tell them to do it, and I can't be responsible for all the thoughts and words of the people I know. Just because they believe something doesn't mean I do. As for Len Totally, the adult texting a minor, I have nothing to do with him anymore, and no one I know has anything to do with him either. I waited until there was absolute proof to make a judgment on a situation I knew little about. Once the evidence came to light, I distanced myself, and everyone I know did too. If there was an allegation of some kind against you, I'd assume you want the people around you to wait until there was proof to make a judgment on you, wouldn't you? It wasn't a sincere apology. You backed down because of backlash. Yeah, it's technically an apology, but it's forced. People have the right to accept or reject it. I do agree with Viarrah that it isn't her fault that someone made a deepfake of Maven. That's a platform issue, not an issue against her. That is something which the developers
We're on the lawsuit. Like we're just like reviewing the law.
of Grok need to address and rectify in order to prevent misuse of the software. As for her statements about Len totally, we'll see those soon in the next section. Your message failed to address the points raised.
Yeah, like we're just going through your messages to view.
Rather than engaging with the substance of the concerns, it deflected responsibility and reduced them to personal offense. This approach does not demonstrate empathy, accountability, or meaningful reflection. My concerns were never about whether you meant well, felt genuine, or believe you've grown. Intent and sincerity are not what was being questioned. What was being questioned was accountability, impact, and transparency, especially when leadership decisions affect a community that includes minors. Throughout this conversation, responsibility has repeatedly been reframed as a matter of personal belief in apologies or intent. The framing misses the point. Accountability does not require bad intent, and harm does not disappear because someone feels remorse. Both growth and accountability can exist at the same time. This was also never about expecting you to manage everyone's trauma or emotions/reactions. The concern has consistently been about actions and decisions like, and not limited to, the fact that you, a grown adult at the time, decided to believe a pedophile instead of the victim, instead of questioning why an adult is talking so denigrative about a minor. Deleted any type of involvement you had with him to avoid public accountability of you risking minors and exposing them to a predator, while also being heavily involved in the rehabilitation of his image during the period of January 2021 and February 2022, deleting spaces, blocking communication, etc. Waiting for absolute proof on a child predator does not equal to expose minors to him like you did and didn't refute Flotalendi when she said that, and it does not negate the impact of you, a public figure, an adult with influence, doubt and deny a victim of a child predator. Leadership responsibility is not about controlling others but about setting boundaries, correcting harmful narratives, and addressing issues directly rather than erasing them. Regarding harassment or mass reporting, I never claimed you directly instructed anyone to do so. The concern was about tone, framing, and the absence of public clarification or de-escalation, not mind control. The information is being shared now not to deny growth, reopen drama, or demand punishment, but because selective transparency undermines trust. When transparency is claimed, it cannot exclude uncomfortable context, particularly when past actions relate to the safety of minors. I am not implying malicious intent or wrongdoing. I am explaining why context matters, why accountability matters, and why impact cannot be dismissed by sincerity alone. My goal was never continued confrontation, but preservation of context so people can make informed decisions for themselves. When people speak up about harm, inequality, or exclusion, and the response is limited to justifying one's own decisions without acknowledging the impact, the implicit message is that those experiences are not worthy of consideration. This is not merely a communication failure, but an ethical one. Harm does not become invalid simply because it was not intentional. Additionally, your response can be interpreted as morally troubling because it reframes structural criticism as a personal attack. The lack of empathy is not found in disagreement, but in the refusal to acknowledge that others were genuinely affected. By failing to do so, your stance communicates that other people's time, labor, and emotional experiences are secondary to your own version of events.
I can now see why this video is an hour long. Yeah, because I felt like in this, especially with Viarrah had such an issue. Oh, you didn't include. I felt like, oh, I need to all out. For the second video though, I'm so long. It is really, really like long brevities. I should condense. Yo, Death Reaper, thank you for the $1. Thank you for funding my lawsuit fund. Let's go. Let's go. We're not getting sued today, boys.
This projects an image of detachment and indifference towards others. When someone insists they did nothing wrong, while simultaneously blocking communication, deleting records, or avoiding uncomfortable discussions, the claim of acting in good faith loses credibility. Even without malicious intent, the combination of defensiveness, omission, and lack of acknowledgement cause the response to be read as apathetic and self-protective rather than accountable. For these reasons, your response does not defend you and puts you in a worse position. It's always more important to believe a victim rather than a possible predator. Doesn't matter if it's your friend, and I thought that was common sense. What are we even talking about anymore? This is ridiculous. This started off about my use of AI and now has spiraled into you accusing me of defending a pedophile. And you're going to take the moral high ground and say you're not trying to deplatform me? As
Like, to be fair, the AI thing was a good way to segue into the Len Totally issue because Viarrah herself was the first one to bring up Len. So it gave people like a convenient excuse to be like, okay, you brought up Len, you brought up how Flo messaged you for about your now it's game to talk about. And this is why I told Viarrah, don't do a live stream. But alas, she didn't listen.
for AI, what sort of accountability do you want me to have?
Hi Voss. We're just reviewing the lawsuit part in my Viarrah coverage, and then we're gonna watch Flotalendi's coverage since it includes stuff that I wasn't able to include here. And then you know what we're also gonna do? We're going to watch the the apology, the response Viarrah put out, and Loki kind of bitter that her like response got like this more views than this one.
I've already apologized and committed to do better in the future. That's what accountability is. You don't want accountability, you want a pound of flesh. Why are you trying to paint me as some kind of pedophile defender? I didn't take the side of him or the victim until proof came out and I left. To be honest, it's surprising that innocent until proven guilty seems like a foreign concept to you as a law student. Once the evidence came out, of course I would support the victim. No, it isn't more important to believe the possible predator over the potential victim, because by your logic, if someone accused you of being a pedophile, I'd have to believe them immediately too. You would want the common decency for someone to wait until there was proof, wouldn't you? That's common sense. The remaining messages are Maven's opinion, which for the sake of time, I'm not going to read out, but you can just pause to read it. To be clear, Viarrah brought up Len Totally first on her stream, where she mentioned Flotalendi reaching out to her about him.
Mind you, she did reach to me when a Len Totally situation was happening, so she still had me friended on Discord. She could have came to my DMs, but she decided not to.
It's totally fair for people to talk about it. You may be wondering what Maven is referencing when she speaks about Viarrah rehabilitating Len Totally's image between January 2021 to February 2022. I believe this
January 2021 to so Viarrah was involved for a year in rehabilitating the predator, the pedophile's reputation.
is the best time to speak about Viarrah's connection with Len Totally. For those of you who are unaware, Len Totally was a popular gotcha-tuber known for his music videos and animations. If you know the Fashion Week gotcha animation, yeah, that character is him. He was exposed for grooming minors and has tried to get back into the community multiple times. I know the allegations and the evidence proving that he did these actions.
More than a year, actually. Like, it's a year and a month, right? Or was she, like, in contact with him for longer?
However, I'm not going to cover his entire history. If you want that, watch this Toastify video. The period of time Maven references covers when he was exposed for grooming and when he started the group known as Team Antagonist, composed of writers, animators, and voice actors. Viarrah claims that she didn't take any sides during the situation and that she waited until proof came out. She uses the innocent until proven guilty mindset to defend herself. I am a person who believes in that same mindset. However, this does not apply in her situation. Why? Because on March 20, 2021, a video called Len Totally The Truth Unveiled, made by a channel called Oopsie, was published. In this video, Oopsie highlights how Len knew the victim's age, yet still participated in erotic roleplay and received her nudes. Let's play some clips.
We also received screenshots back from March 29th.
Like, dude, how do you look at this? Unless you want to go further, I'm not complaining. Why don't you sit on my lap as you draw so I can hold you tight as you do? Why not try it again? You can have the same mindset with that drawing of yours. Holds your thighs for support and gets faster. How do you, bro?
9 of their
Progressively moves rougher and rougher. Wanting more, caress the thighs. Slowly puts it inside. Maybe starts playing around your entrance. How? How the fuck do you see these DMs and you come away with it being like, yeah, like, well, the victim is more at fault than I actually thought, like, bro, like, these people, the lens sweepers belong in hell.
erotic roleplays that they have done. Around May 2020, their ERP became even more aggressive as it looked like Sophia has started sharing bits of photos of her undergarments to Len.
From the information that we could gather around June of 2020, Sophia began to send explicit photos to Len. This is where everything started to go wrong, where Len was making small jokes around the sexual topic. While he tried to dismiss it, Sophia persisted to the point she began to offer pictures of herself. While Len was against it at first, he quickly began a spiral of denying her weekly and accepting.
The worst part about this is that there is a good chance that I may have seen Len totally in real life, but like not knowingly, but since he's a Filipino, you know, who knows? Maybe I've like walked past him before or something. I wouldn't know. I don't know if he has a face reveal.
Her advances with his own. From June 2020,
Like 285 photos. This guy has 285 copies of CP. And people were still sweeping. Like, holy.
to December 2020, she would send an average of at least 3 explicit photos per week.
Under this video, we see comments from popular gotchatubers such as Not So Gotcha, Silent
Okay, wait. For Not Zoe Gotcha, though, like, I know I gave her shit for this. But, to, someone I think it was Red who pointed it out. That she's 19 now. But when this was going on back in 2021, she was like still a kid. Like she's the same age as my brother. So for Not So Gotcha in particular, and maybe like if there were any other like people who were like 13, 14, then I can use it a little bit because they're being influenced by the older people within the community. So yeah, like I just didn't know that. I just saw that she was a big channel. I wasn't aware of the age.
Silent Princess, Midori Stories, Yoshi Ayuzawa, Symphali, Rido and Mifa, and Panda Place, who were blaming the victim and acting as if it were her fault when she was 14 years old, was groomed at 12 by other predators, and Len was the adult in the situation. Look who else was here alongside these pedo defenders. Oh right, it's Viarrah. She says, I've been actually waiting on this one, as I knew from the beginning that there is much more to the story than what the original video showed. I admit, what happened was pretty shocking for the entire community, but now I'm hoping that people would finally get to understand the truth. All I'm hoping for is that some people would understand that what they said was wrong, and that the situation would calm down after some time. The original video was the one accusing Len of being a groomer. Considering the other comments that Oopsie was liking, it paints a pretty bad picture, doesn't it? But arson, I hear you say. You can't just conclude that Viarrah was helping Len based on one comment. That's fair. Let's read her conversation with Flo Telendi then. Hello, Viarrah. I'm sorry if this message bothers you. Do take the time to respond once done reading. Recently, Len became active again, yet I didn't plan to make a video dedicated on it like my Gotcha Ranter colleagues did, simply because a community post was deemed more than enough on my part, as I still have other topics on my plate. However, a few days later, my community post, someone on an anonymous account, reached to my Discord and sent me a confession letter stating it was about Len and that the community needed to know about this. Upon reading it, I was in shock and started investigating the subject to the best of my abilities. However, my findings lead me to a dead end, and I have no other choice.
See, this is why we should never put those seem to be one of the good ones on a pedestal. Shit like this happens. That's true, because, like, the basic thing, and I think this is a responsibility of everyone online, whether they be a content creator or just a simple viewer, that you should protect kids. You should be careful of what you say. Like, obviously, if you're in a 18 plus community, the bare minimum that you should do is make sure that there's in a community like where there is predominantly children in like gotcha, you need to do you need to be careful. You need to make sure that there are not predators who are preying upon these kids. And if you know that one of your colleagues, one of the people you collaborate with, then you should put a stop to it. You should kick him out of the community and expose him.
Choice but to ask for help discreetly and privately. I have compiled everything I found so far on this Google document attached to this message. I do not wish for this to be known yet. It'll throw the community into panic, and with the current lack of evidence, I can't do much to affirm or deny the heavy accusations made in said confession. So if you or anyone knows more about the topic, please let me know. Any response would support me greatly. I do have a word or two to say. I'm kind of ashamed of it though. I think it's time I face it though. It's the right thing to do. I'll share everything I know because I used to kind of work for him, non-profit wise, but there's more to that. Let me finish my daily tasks and I'll get to this. Thank you.
So bro wasn't even being paid. She was doing this shit. She was working for him voluntarily.
Alright, take your time. Hey, sorry that took a while. In any case, allow me to open up to this matter, and I will gladly take all the judgment you will have after reading this. So after Len's first time committing this sin, I believe back with Redacted, there were a lot of people who still stuck beside him after that, to be honest, and me being one of them. We, people who stuck beside Len, were told how Redacted was obsessed over him and he didn't want anything with her at first because I think he was with someone else at the time.
Dude, this shit really, really pissed me off because it's like, oh yeah, guys, Len was grooming this minor. He was having ERP with them. He was receiving CP from them, like the news of this child. But he's not as at fault because this minor was also engaging in similar activity with other people. Like, bro, that just means that this minor has been groomed for so long by different people. She's been victimized by so many different people. And they're sweeping for it because she cheated on Len. Like, bro, I need to choke. Yeah, like that was like the argument that I was seeing in the comments of the like that's how they were saying that the minor was more at fault than they imagined. So fucking disgusting.
In any case, I blindly believed it considering many who knew Redacted, I keep forgetting she was also GotchaTuber at that time. In any case, many people who knew her didn't like her. I never knew her TBH, so again, I believed blindly because I was a fan of his work TBH, and I felt like there was more to the story.
What? What is more to the story, bro? What is more to the story? You had literal leaks of conversations, like DMs that are just like, it's so explicit, it's so apparent that yes, he did groom that minor. Yes, he did do inappropriate things with a minor. And yes, he was doing it to other minors. Anyone who says I am staying neutral in this shit are bitch made cowards. True. And she said that she sided with this guy because she liked his work and felt like there was more to the story. Like, why are you sleeping for the predator? And until now, like, and then she gets offended when she's criticized for this.
He was defended very well with his pals, and there was a group chat, but I don't remember everyone who was in. I remember one person who was an artist of his, and she was kind of into him as well. I believe her name was Redacted. If you want to talk to her about Len, feel free to. She has Instagram Redacted. She will be able to tell you much more unless she left everything behind and forgot some stuff. Again, Len and Redacted were pretty close, TBH. I believe he commissioned art from her. Len did indeed have his second channel, and I was a part of the animated series he created, which I believe is now private. I was just a voice actor and the judge for the script. He did ask a couple of times for me to boost his new channel and stories, but I never did. Now, before all this, Len and I had zero communication. We only started talking after he was called out the first time. Everything was just starting to cool down when one of my close friends saw Len playing Roblox and wanted to join him. When he joined the game, it turned out to be a sex game, I believe? Here is what my friend said because I asked him what he remembers. Len played a Roblox condo Roblox sex game to play with his Roblox friends while being in a Discord call with his young friend. Here's Len's Roblox user. So dude, so he never changed. So she was like joining him, oh, because I think Len could change, and it turns out he's still doing it. He's still being a fucking predator. I never played Roblox for real, so I can't help around that topic. I wasn't talking much in his GC either, which is why I don't remember who was in there anymore. I wish I had more to say about it, but I don't really. After my friend sent me what he saw and Len tried to justify why he is in the game, I stopped talking to Len, and shortly after, he was caught again for something I personally didn't see coming. In fear, I deleted all our DMs because I was scared he would drag all of us down with him. I blocked him too, I believe just to be safe, and didn't tell a soul. Things he had done are... By the way, if this is on Discord, you can recover those deleted DMs as long as you type the name of the... as long as you type the username of the person. Because if you just simply closed the DM and didn't delete the individual message, there should still be a copy of it. Seriously for jail at this point, and now he has the audacity to show up again. You really have to be either dumb or desperate. But yeah, I was part of his little secret gang for a while. I didn't talk to anyone really besides him. I believe we played Minecraft a couple of times, but that's basically it. I'm sorry I hid this from the community. I never knew how to even bring it up because I was obviously in the wrong, just didn't see it really. There was many who stayed, which is why I was convinced there was more to the story. I believe his GC had at least 20 plus people. Redacted can definitely tell you more. I hold no messages from the past when it comes to this situation. I wasn't part of any debates or deep conversations either. I was a comforter, TBH, and a voice actor, nothing more. I dare to say he didn't even view me as a friend. How can you say that you were a comforter, but then say that, oh, he didn't really view me as a friend? It's like, what were you comforting him about? Like, what was that? What is being a comforter? Friend, TBH. We only talked when he needed something. If you have any questions, yo, hello, Venture. Or if you think I could help this situation anyway, let me know. I'll give my best. Thank you. So you admit it? You did work with Len totally after he was exposed the first time. That lines up with the comment. There is no excuse for you, Viarrah, considering you were 17 to 18 years old at the time. You were not a naive child. You are old enough to know better. You saw legitimate and clear evidence of Len's sexual and predatory behavior towards that child. You knew that he had, and maybe still has, possession of child porn. It gets worse too. The conversation continues with Flo saying, Hiya, sorry I was asleep, so I'm only answering you now. I did some research regarding the Roblox game you mentioned to me. Roblox condo... It's okay, groomer. I know it's rough. Want hugs? Are we fucking dead ass? Yeah, because it's like, what do you mean by comforter then, bro? It's just like, oh, it's okay, dude. It's okay that you have more than 200 images of CP on your hard drive. Okay, it's okay. Like, what? What are we doing? Yeah, a Diddy blood. Though is specifically for NSFW/erotic roleplays. I found tons of Discord servers with that name along with the tags of R34, NSW, you name it. Your friend probably stumbled upon Len actively grooming minors, which is a very scary thing to know. And yeah, I do know Redacted. I did try to
I wonder if Via did sleep time calls with Len. It's up for her to, prove or disprove. Ask her about this before I did to you. She told me about the LDF cafe, which was like a safe space after the downfall of Entwined and his main channel. She did admit he would commission her a lot of art-wise, but she didn't know their purpose, so as long as she received money, she was okay with it. Until, of course, when the 17-year-old victim reached out to her regarding her situation, and Redacted told Redacted and Redacted. Viarrah, it's important for me to know a 12-year-old who lied about their age to be a team antagonist was potentially groomed by Len. Is there anyone you suspect of being said 12-year-old, or anyone you know who might know? I can't imagine what that kid went through, but I really don't know. I would never step on Len's side knowing this. If I knew anything more than what I said, I would have shared that information in a heartbeat. I wasn't active as much there unless Len needed something from me. All I know is that there were plenty of people interested in him even after he was called out the first time, and that was pretty much obvious. I don't remember any members beside Redacted who was close to him because Redacted and I used to talk, and that's why I only remembered her. If the girls was connected to the series he did, I would probably know because I helped him create it, the privated one I was talking about, but that's all I really know. Bro helped him create a series so that he can come back, bro. Bro, if you helped him create it, that means that Yara had more leadership. Like... And also, the fact that she confessed all of this to Flo is, like, really surprising.
So you draw the line at Roblox erotic roleplay, but you were fine associating with Len after it was revealed he knowingly sexted a minor? The fact that you chose to work with him and were fine with minors being around him is worse. I don't care if you say that you guys were not friends and that you were just a comforter, whatever the hell that means. You still associated with him, you still helped him, and you enabled a predator to continue preying upon children. How the fuck can people trust you to be a content creator catering to a community of children when you have done that? How can you be trusted to lead Starity, who have a mix of minors and adults on that team? If you can look the other way when it came to Len totally, who's to say that you wouldn't do the same thing if there was another predator there? Now back to Joshua's post. Prior to this community post, Viarrah sent the police statement to Maven with a request to remove the document. Maven shortly after replied, stating that given the fact that she and Viarrah lived in different countries, there's nothing Viarrah can do to have the post taken down. She then threatened her own legal recourse, citing continued attempts to pressure, intimidate, or coerce through threats of police involvement, calling the police over Viarrah, calling the police, and concerns regarding the collection, use.
Honestly, I don't like this, like, lawsuit thing. It's, oh my gosh, they criticize me on there. It's just like, come on, bro. Why are we weaponizing? Oh yeah, boss, I made that joke earlier. And it's just like, I don't know if Yara will do the same tactic of, oh, Arson, you gotta take down your video because I'm gonna sue you. Like, well, I asked my parents if it ever came to maybe. I don't really want. Wait, why is a 22-plus-year-old being friends with a 12-year-old? Apparently, the 12-year-old lied about their age, but I'm not too sure about that. Do not take that as fact from me. That's just based on the conversation here. Not making any allegations.
Or disclosure of her personal information. This is so fucking stupid, I swear to God. Alright, let's read the emails. Formal notice regarding publication of inaccurate information. Dear Maven, I am writing to you formally regarding the document you have recently published and circulated online. Unfortunately, the situation has escalated beyond what I am able to manage privately, as previous attempts to resolve this matter amicably were unsuccessful, and due to the potential harm arising from the continued—
Like, what potential harm? What potential harm is going to arise? Like what potential harm from using AI? What is like we're gonna look at the police later when I Flo's video. Like, bro, what? What fucking harm? Viarrah was friend with this guy when she was still a minor. That guy is now around my. Oh, okay.
Continued dissemination of inaccurate and misleading information, I have sought assistance from the police. This step was taken after careful consideration and solely for the purpose of protecting myself and my family from further harm. The document in question contains multiple statements that are factually incorrect, taken out of context, or presented in a manner that reflects personal interpretations rather than verifiable facts. As much, its continued publication presents a serious risk of reputational and emotional harm, particularly given the unpredictable nature of online public response and the potential for escalation into my.
Like, what escalation? What escalation into her private life? First of all, we don't really know Viarrah's name. We don't know her or her like favorite birthdays has her face, but aside from that, it's not gonna escalate into her private life. No one's gonna be doxing her. And it's just like I doubt people are commenting about it now with her second channel. What is she talking?
Private life. You previously stated that no additional information or clarification would alter your position. In light of this, and given the emotional distress caused by the situation, my family and I have decided to pursue formal remedies. All
I'm so surprised. I am very surprised that her family was like, yeah, bro, we need to go to the police. We need to go to the police. Instead of just telling her, there is, I showed it last stream. I showed it last stream, bro. This one. Haha, how the fuck is cyberbullying real? Haha, N-word. Just walk away from the screen like, N-word, close your eyes. Haha, look, dude. Dude. People should be listening to Tyler the Creator more. Honestly. They should be like pinned.
relevant materials, including the referenced video and the subsequent published document, have been included in the information provided to the authorities. Please understand that my intention is not punitive. I would strongly prefer for this matter to be resolved without further legal or procedural escalation. If the document is removed promptly and an appropriate public clarification or apology is issued regarding its content,
Literally threatening legal action is just like, you must apologize! You must take it down! Or else I will sue you! Just like, fucking cringe. It's like it's an attack on free speech.
contents, I am prepared to withdraw further action and notify the police accordingly within 24 hours of such resolution. However, should the document remain available, be republished, or further disseminated, whether directly or indirectly, I will have no choice but to allow the matter to proceed through formal legal channels. I have also been advised to clarify that even if third parties continue the distribution independently, authorities may still be required to contact you as the matter originated from your publication. For transparency, I have attached the official police statement issued in Croatia. If you have any concerns regarding its authenticity, I am willing to provide official contact details for verification. I respectfully request a response by the end of today. If I do not hear from you by that time, I will proceed with notifying the authorities to take the next appropriate steps. Thank you for taking the time to read this message. I sincerely hope the matter can be resolved promptly and
Who wrote this email? Saul Goodman? No. Viarrah.
peacefully. Kind regards, Viarrah. Viarrah, you have no case. So far, after reviewing the allegations against you and your response, there's nothing that can be considered as slanderous. You did make an AI music video, and you did help Len totally after he was exposed for grooming minors. People have the right to critique your actions, and it is beyond ridiculous that you are planning to sue Maven. You are wasting the time of the Croatian police and legal system. The drama initially started as a critique of your decision to make an AI music video. It escalated to Maven airing out her grievances with you. You say that you did this out of protecting yourself and your family from further harm. No one was doxing you. I'd argue that due to your stream and the public's mixed opinions about Flow, that the narrative shifted in your favor. People would have forgotten about this drama had you simply stayed quiet after your stream. This email reeks of being an intimidation tactic to scare Maven into retracting her statements. Since there are no laws being broken here and the fact that Maven lives in Ecuador, it would be very difficult to pursue a lawsuit. Not to mention that I doubt Viarrah has the financial resources to make this go anywhere.
Because guess what? I am broke. I do not have a job yet. I had a job for a temporary reasons, and eventually I had to leave it because it was not. I didn't finish high school for it, basically. They needed my help.
So she's like a high school dropout who don't got a job. Maybe she got a job in the few months since this was published. But it's like, how are you expecting to fund a lawsuit? What, you're gonna get your parents to be like, Mom, Dad, please fund my lawsuit. Fund my lawsuit, please. That's so cringe, bro. Like, first you have to file it in the country, and then you have to go to the other country and hassle. So for me, it's a hassle. I don't want to deal with that. Like, sure, do I have the resources? I don't want to bother. Stupid internet.
Unless she has ties to the Croatian government? Yeah, no, this is nothing but bitch.
Also, the email doesn't make sense, since it mixes civil and criminal law. So therefore, you know it's frivolous nonsense. True.
Made behavior from her. Maven responds with, Viarrah, I acknowledge receipt of your message. I want to clarify that the document in question constitutes a good faith, non-commercial account of events based on first-hand experience, contemporaneous communications, and clearly stated interpretations. It does not present itself as a legal.
Then we are. Oh, why did it say OBS Studio disconnected? No. Are going to. Oh, okay. It reconnected. Anyways, we are going to start a GoFundMe to protect myself against Viarrah's frivolous lawsuits, and then I'm gonna ask all the other commentary people I know, please boost so that this litigious, jobless keto defender does not sue me.
Nor does it make claims beyond what is explicitly supported or framed as opinion. At this time, I do not agree that the document contains false or misleading statements as alleged. No formal court order, legal summons, or binding judicial request has been served to me regarding removal or modification of the document. As such, I am under no legal obligation to comply with the ultimatum outlined in your message. Given the international nature of this matter, any legitimate legal action would require proper jurisdiction, formal service, through appropriate legal channels, and due process. Informal requests or time-limited demands communicated privately do not meet that standard.
Like, Viarrah does not have the resources that someone like Ethan Klein does. I think I'm safe for the.
I also wish to formally note that continued attempts to pressure, intimidate, or coerce the removal of lawful speech through threats of police involvement or legal escalation, particularly absent proper jurisdiction or formal process, may itself constitute legal harassment or intimidation. Should this conduct continue, I will be compelled to explore my own legal remedies. Additionally, I have concerns regarding the collection, use, or disclosure of my personal information in connection with any reports or filings made without my consent or lawful basis. Any improper handling of my personal data may raise further legal and regulatory.
What Viarrah mentioned is not civil law. Civil law is what happened between debtor and creditor. What Viarrah is doing is mixing criminal law with civil aggravating circumstances. Alright. That can be done, however it's complicated, jurisdiction, and competent. Okay. Honestly, bro, I don't know anything about legal processes. I'm more interested in medicine than law.
Regulatory issues. Moving forward, I request that any further communication regarding potential legal action be conducted exclusively through licensed legal counsel and via appropriate formal channels. I will not engage in further discussion under conditions of pressure or implied consequences. This message is not an admission of fault, nor a waiver of any rights. Regards, Maven. This is a measured and appropriate response to someone trying to sue you. No problems here. Back to the YouTube post. Despite posting my, Joshua Moon, full name in her previous document and connecting it to this situation, she then requested. Bro, and this one is funny too. Because his name is public. He has his name out. Like, if I go Joshua Moon VA, bro, it's his name. It's his name. Like, Joshua Moon, his face, Joshua Moon VA. We look at it. We look at it. His name is public. That's part of his username. So what does he mean? What does bro mean? What is bro cooking? He got his face out, he has his name, even though he uses fro, which he doesn't have it here. Like, he doesn't have it here. That any further communications be directed towards formal legal counsel, shutting down communication channels with us. This is despite claiming to be an authority on law in her most recent document stating, regarding the claim raised by a Austerity member invoking privacy laws, it is important to clarify that this argument has no legal basis. The author of this document is a law student, and from a legal standpoint, the invocation of privacy laws in this context constitutes a misapplication of the concept. You literally use your full name on your YouTube channel. It's public information and you weren't being doxxed. I didn't even know you were called Fro until this YouTube post. It's a shit argument. In regards to the comment of being an authority on law, you have missed the point. Maven says that because someone was arguing that showing the screenshots is a breach of privacy. Here's the full context of her argument. Maven says, the screenshots shown by Flotalenti in her video were voluntarily provided by participants in the discussion that left afterwards. There was no reasonable expectation of privacy beyond the scope of ongoing internal projects, and no non-disclosure agreement (NDA) was ever signed. Legal risk would only arise if sensitive private data, such as IP addresses, home addresses, medical records, or defamatory false allegations, were shared, particularly if screenshots were taken out of context. None of these conditions are present in this case. Furthermore, part of the events discussed took place in a public server. As such, framing the sharing of these conversations as disinformation or a violation of privacy is not legally substantiated. On these grounds, the individuals involved are within their rights to discuss and reference these conversations. This position is not intended to violate personal boundaries. On the contrary, real privacy concerns are respected. No aspects of Viarrah's personal life, nor any documents that could facilitate doxing or personal harm, will be shared. Contrary to her multiple claims of not wanting any harm or harassment to be directed towards Viarrah and her team in her documents, the lengths that she's going to discredit Viarrah under the guise of wanting atonement, despite not accepting any apology or commitment to do better, can only be described as ridiculous. She is using a technicality to escape any criticism, which is a legal justification, not a moral one. This is all despite replying to Viarrah by saying, something I learned in legal theory, something extremely basic, is that the law doesn't represent morality, the law is simply the rules of the game. Doesn't seem very moral of her, does it? She's trying to use long words to confuse you into thinking she knows what she's talking about. Here is Maven's document, and the document with the pictures. Now Joshua is fucking pissing me off with this. He cuts context of the conversation where Viarrah accused Maven of not believing in innocent until proven guilty when confronted about— I want to check if they deleted the— I want to see if they deleted the post. Gotcha now, Yella making— No, they still have it up. They still have it up. But my ass, I am the top comment. And people are like saying, bro, what the fuck? Stop being ridiculous. Also, wait, cool. Okay, it's sleep. Alright. about her association with Len totally. While I disagree with Maven's take of it being more important to believe a victim over a possible predator without evidence, the fact remains that Viarrah chose to still work with Len even when she saw explicit evidence of him grooming that minor. The full comment that Maven made about the law being the rules of the game is, "Something I learned in legal theory, something extremely basic, is that the law doesn't represent morality. The law is simply the rules of the game. Justifying believing a pedophile over a victim with law is gruesome, because even in law settings, and what you conveniently skipped, is that the potential predator is separated from the possible victim and an investigation is done. This is basic criminal law. At no point did anyone accuse you of being a pedophile defender, even if you blindly believed it, or demand your deplatforming. That framing is yours alone. The issue raised was that you publicly claimed to have nothing to hide while omitting relevant past actions that contradict that claim. Pointing out an omission is not an accusation of criminal intent."
Well, I do believe that Viarrah did participate in keto defending based on actions that we have seen so far. And that she shouldn't be trusted in managing a group filled with minors, because if you can see clear actions that someone has done to minors, DP, sexting, grooming, and you can see all that and be like, "Oh yeah, guys, there's more to the story," then I don't trust your judgment.
Joshua is trying to take specific phrases without their full context in order to confuse you into thinking he knows what he's talking about. He's taking advantage of how the gotcha community won't do a deeper analysis of what he's saying and take his word for it due to how inconvenient it is to access the information. I really want this to be over and resolve this entire situation. It's been going on far too long and is incredibly taxing on everyone involved. This all started over Viarrah's use of AI and her apologizing for it, and now has become something that has kept her up the last 72 hours plus. Thank you to those who have reached out and helped throughout this. I hope it's resolved soon so Viarrah can get back to creating the content she loves. I urge you to question what you're being told by everyone, including myself and Viarrah, and ask yourself why they're saying what they're saying. Ask yourself what the motive is behind their words and what their end goal is. Think for yourself, come to your own conclusions, and don't believe what someone says just because of who is saying it or how convincingly it was said. Trust but verify. Appreciate you all and thank you for everything, Fro. Trust but verify, he says, while framing what Maven says in a disingenuous way that ignores the context of the conversation. When I saw this for the first time, I skimmed through it and I said, "Absolutely fucking ridiculous to contact the police over this shit, not gonna lie. It makes Viarrah look way worse. You used Grok AI to animate, just take the L. You are wasting police and the court's time over petty drama." This is the most liked comment under the post, with the other comments saying that she's taking it too far and questioning if her apology was truly genuine. Before this post was announced, people had a positive response to her stream and previous YouTube posts. I mean, even Flotalendi noted in my Discord server that she lost 200 subs after Viarrah called her content unreliable and trash. If she had left it at that stream and went back to work, people would have forgotten about it and would stay on her side. I wouldn't be here making a long video essay on her. Instead of taking the criticism in stride and actually working to improve herself, Viarrah chose to intimidate and threaten her detractors. The fact that she dismisses the main points of what Maven is saying shows that she doesn't actually care about what is being said. What is important to her is that she remains in the good graces of her audience. It has been almost 2 weeks since the lawsuit post. Viarrah has remained silent on her main channel apart from reposting an update for her Diaries of Fantasy Minecraft roleplay series. By the time I post this video, Flotalendi would have posted her own video talking about the situation. It is inevitable that Viarrah will probably make another response. I believe
The most frustrating thing about it was, I think, the same day that I uploaded this video. Or it was either 11 minutes. Around that time, basically, at the same time. Viarrah posted her fucking response and I was so frustrated about it.
that Viarrah should be deplatformed. I do not say this lightly. If it were just the AI and lawsuit, I'd criticize her, but I wouldn't go so hard. It is the fact that she willingly associated with a known pedophile and helped him in his attempt to return to the gacha community. I should reiterate again that she knew he did erotic roleplay with a minor and that he received CP based on the information said in the Oopsie video. Her excuse of, well, a lot of people were still on his side, falls flat. What, are you going to let a pedophile on the loose to groom children in your community just because everyone else is okay with it? Obviously not. Regardless of if you are in a sensitive community like gacha or in an edgier space like the drama commentary community, I think everyone online can agree that you have the responsibility as a creator to protect children from harmful people. It does not matter to me if she apologizes for it. She was old enough to know that what Len did was wrong. It does not matter to me that this happened 4 to 5 years ago. The harm that was done to all those minors Len has groomed cannot be undone. Predators like him are only able to have influence over the vulnerable because their peers enable it. This is why it shouldn't only be Viarrah who should be deplatformed over this. My belief applies to everyone who was complicit in Len's career after the Oopsie video. Not Zoe Gacha, Silent Princess, Midori Stories, Yoichi Ayuzawa, Simfali, Rido and Mifa, and Panda Plays are those among the big gacha creators who deserve to lose their platform. Victim blaming a 14-year-old child for being groomed and taken advantage of sexually by an adult is fucking insane. I find it baffling how the gacha community will jump children for tracing and jump people for edgy behavior such as saying the word retarded, yet have double standards when it comes to pedophilia and supporting pedo defenders. Len totally has the most fault at the end of the day, but the harm he was able to inflict could have been limited had these people used their platforms properly. All of them saw the evidence with their own eyes, yet still chose to support him. Genuinely? Fuck all these people. I know for a fact that Viarrah won't be able to sue Maven due to the overwhelming cost of an international lawsuit. However, there is a possibility that she could set up a GoFundMe and beg people to give her money for it. If that ever happens, I advise you guys to avoid giving her money and to report it for misleading information. The law should not be used to silence valid, albeit harsh, criticism. To anyone who still supports Viarrah, please unsubscribe and unfollow me. I do not want the support of people who defend a victim blamer that knowingly worked with a groomer. Finally, to you, Viarrah, if you or your boyfriend are watching this video, I have no sympathy for you whatsoever. I could care less about the Grok music video. I care more about fair criticism and keeping communities safe from groomers. I look forward to your response, whether that be another live stream or a legal notice sent to my Discord. I do not care if you try to dig up dirt to smear me with. At the end of the day, it's only one of us who knowingly worked with a pedophile.
Okay, we need a sub-community of the gacha community that is less sensitive and more edgy. Isn't that what Vin did? Isn't there a guy called Vin who was like edgy and people hate him because he's like a fucking racist? Getting pronouns wrong is somehow as bad as grooming. What a dumb world. I feel like that's just the result of children, and it's like not really the adults. Like maybe there are some adults who believe, but I doubt it. But I doubt it. I think it's more of children who don't know any better. Also, guys, before we watch Flo's video, I need a pee. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. While I am in the bathroom, let me play something for y'all so that you don't just see a blank screen. You know what? Eeny, meeny, miny. I'm gonna play this one because kind of flopped, so let me play it so that there's more views. Give me a few minutes. Jude Law is a YouTuber with over 1 million subscribers known for creating Minecraft videos about his various traps. He's been on the rise for a while as he gains millions of views with each upload. I'm certain that it won't be long until he reaches new heights with his popularity and becomes one of the faces of the next generation of Minecraft YouTube. However, when a creator surges in growth, it doesn't come only with the good. Every YouTuber has to deal with controversies.
It's an unfortunate reality that content creators have to navigate through. Though it is a matter of picking your own battles. Sometimes there are situations in which you absolutely need to respond, such as allegations of misconduct and abuse of power. Other times it's just a few people whining on Twitter and spreading misinformation just because they don't like someone. Those are situations that you avoid giving attention to. Unfortunately, like his peers and predecessors, Jude Law has fallen into that trap. He exposed himself as a spineless coward who caves into peer pressure and is incapable of doing his own research about the people he collaborates with. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Jude Law's first controversy. On March 3, 2026, Jude Law posted a Google document on Twitter titled My Experience with the Money SMP. Upon opening it, it becomes clear that it is a parody. What was it referencing? Well, around the same time, a fellow Minecraft creator named Spiffies came out about his experience with the owners of Money SMP, a 5-day competitive event where the players can win real prize money. He shared that they brought him in as a replacement for another member who was having computer problems, but told him he was 100% guaranteed for the spot. However, they booted him out when that member had those problems fixed. As compensation, they told him that he will definitely have a spot for the next season. Yet, due to him making a third of the server uncomfortable for unnamed reasons, they booted him again. This resulted in a huge waste of time and money for Swiffies, who was understandably upset. For some reason, it became a trend by the members of the Money SMP to mock his document and praise the owners. I have no idea what that guy did to earn the ire of these people, but one of the publicly stated reasons is because he would clip farm? Anyways, among these documents, it was Jude Law's that received the most attention because he included a joke that McSolzy, one of the owners, was worse than Epstein based on Spiffy's experience. This angered Minecraft Twitter, who believes that joking about Epstein is extremely harmful as he has harmed numerous women and children through his pedophilic actions. In my opinion, I don't care if people joke about Epstein. We have known the guy's a pedophile rapist for nearly an entire decade now. Make your jokes, but don't be surprised if you get backlash. Besides, the point of the joke is that it's absurd to call McSolzy worse than Epstein. In response to the backlash, Jude Law asked, "Is joking about Epstein harmful or helpful? On one hand, it is a very serious and dark topic, and can come off as dismissive to the victims. On the other hand, it brings attention to the topic and keeps it relevant. We need to be talking about this until arrests are made." Dude, if you want to make the edgy joke, make the edgy joke. You are not contributing to anything helpful by making an Epstein joke. There are more concrete and respectful ways to bring attention to Epstein's crimes and the victims. Obviously, this angered Twitter further as people began to criticize him and bring up other problems that they had with him, specifically his collaborations with the Dream Team. A Twitter thread by the user Marzipan began to gain traction where she stated, "In light of everything going on, I think there's a lot more that MCYT Twitter needs to address. Way too many newer or more recently popular creators make content or associate with Dream Team than they really should. This thread will include Jude Law, Bob Blue, Fanst, Sharpness. Everyone in this list has made a video with Dream, George Not Found, or Sapnap. These creators are actively choosing to make content and be around abusers and assaulters, whether it be for the sake of clout or because their friends doesn't matter. By giving them attention and recording with them, it allows them to rebuild their platforms and sweep everything they've done under the rug. There is no excuse for collaborations because the allegations against Dream and George have been around for so long and are so well known it's almost impossible to not know their history." Jude Law has made multiple videos and shorts on his channel dating back to a year ago, making videos with not just Sapnap and George on both his, Dream's, and Sapnap's channel. Jude Law has done multiple questionable things, and throw rocks at me if you must, but the only reason he isn't cancelled is because of Sharplow. MCYT Twitter is so quick to jump on ships that suddenly it doesn't matter what the creators have done because they get to make two guys kiss. Okay, I am back from using the restroom. Let's get on with it. Okay, let's close video.
This is more on me than it is on anybody else. But I really hope that Flo is gonna make some kind of a statement because her video is trash. Trash worthy. Her video, if her
Oh wait.
video alone was only on the platform, now that would be cancel worthy.
Lunch in my house is ready. I just had to answer a call. Okay, let's.
Worthy. But she left out everything that I have in this document, and that is messed up.
Hello everyone, Flo here, and welcome back to another video. Before heading to the dumpster fire in front of us, we've gotta equip ourselves with disclaimers so that everyone is on the same page. The situation is still evolving as we speak, so while the timeline presented in this video is looking definite, more elements can be brought on the table that can lead to the info here being outdated fast. Before forming any kind of opinion on this matter, I suggest everyone takes time into reading all materials that are available in the description and finish this video in its entirety. I'd like to remind everyone that my channel is not a news channel, but a commentary one. Hence, I make comments on events that have transpired and think based on what's publicly available and the result of my own research. You have every right to not agree with me and my thought process, as long as you remain respectful and constructive about it.
And like, if you think about it, he knew that Flo does is for Chibi, but that's just because she's part of Chibi. Everything else is just commentary. So I don't get the like why people are saying that she's a news channel when I would say like channels like Starmie are more like.
Another reminder to not attack and harass everyone involved in this video. That is not cool and you guys are better than that. This video will be divided into 3 arcs and different chapters. You can find timestamps in the description to come back to it if you'd like. And now that it is out of the way, how did we end up with the police involved? Viarrah has a non-profit voluntary team of 40 members named Starity. It is composed of artists, animators, and voice actors, who contribute into helping Viarrah bring her stories to life. The night between January 25th and January 26th, Viarrah announced to her community Discord server, without consulting Starity beforehand, that she will be using AI to make her upcoming gacha music video, Missing Piece. She justified herself by explaining how she can't keep up her standards while having a life anymore, and doesn't wish to waste more time than she already did on animating her stories. Given the tone of the announcement, she was resolute in her decision, yet still allowed discussions within her server about it. At first it was peaceful. People shared their opinion and gave constructive criticisms, until more vocal people who are against the AI usage showed up in the conversation. Viarrah, overwhelmed and unable to stand it, impulsively deleted her server without warning. She then proceeded to head into
I'll check like since it does retread a lot of the things that we saw earlier. I'm just gonna check in the transcripts for stuff that we weren't able to cover. Okay, here. I think she does go into the live stream. So let's hear.
After uploading my video, which was during the morning, I went on with my day. Meanwhile, the Starity members that stayed saw my video and started to go at me. And not in the nicest way possible, even though I never included them in the situation. One even suggested mass reporting my video for misinformation in their team server. Ultimately, Viarrah saw it and she was pissed at me. According to a member still in the team, they discussed arguments in their favor, private messages that were leaked without participants' consent, their opinions were cut, hence it doesn't show the full picture of what happened, and finally, I should have reached out, which ended up being in Viarrah's comment under my video. She said she would respond to what she did in due time. Viarrah then made a community post claiming I left important things out on purpose and that as a news channel, I should do proper research. She finally
And like, what important things were left out? Like, Viarrah's document was just filled with bloat and a lot of cope that wasn't really important to this situation. So I don't even know what important things were left out. Oh yeah, guys, what important things? Fucking 43 screenshots that really needed to give me a break.
declared she would launch a live stream with no one to back her up and go over everything with full transparency alongside a document. Many already thought this was a bit extreme and that a document should be enough if things needed correction, but Viarrah went through with it, despite warnings that things are very likely going to be held against her if she slips up or contradicts herself, which ended up happening. She said she would be alone, yet was accompanied by a man named Fro, who is also a story team member. And Fro made comments about the situation without being involved in the first place.
No, I know I said that I was gonna do this alone, but because English isn't my first language, I don't want to say something on accident that people are gonna take off context.
Bro, I don't want to say things that people will take out of context. Then make a video. Why are you going on live? You know, you can fix it. You can have other people help you if you just sat down and recorded a video. Like, gosh, why are these people? Why is she so dumb?
Context again.
About the whole conversation and Flo nitpicking stuff, and yeah, just to clarify, because I saw a few of you in the comments, no, Flo herself did not have access to the Starity channel. She has never been a part of Starity. Some previous member from Starity who was disgruntled.
Like, why is that guy there, bro? Bro white knighting? Why is bro white knight?
Said some things that they had only partial information to. They were also prematurely saying things under misconceptions and did not have the full truth. They were making assumptions as well, which only inflated the situation. There was nothing to back what they said except for the few screenshots that were nitpicked and out of context. As you can see in the document, there is far more to the conversation. Mind you, it was a conversation back and forth between her and Starity. I can attest to that, and everyone else in Starity agrees.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me see if I can put your volume a little bit more up.
Oh, sorry.
There you go. You can talk now.
While the video came out, they were like,
Bro, you can't even fight your own battles. You need other people. Give me a
so many comments in there, and I tried to kind of get the situation a little bit under control. And under that video, while I was trying to explain to people to just calm down a little, that what was shown wasn't the full truth, people started literally name calling, and some people are here not really for listening or anything, and it's kind of sad. People will just come and hate, and about that, there's nothing anyone can do. So for some people keeping on asking and insulting, what more do you want? It's not even trying to understand at this point.
Wait for it.
No, I don't think you can, but I'm going to try again.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say is that you have a whole team behind you. And
It's just like, oh my gosh, guys. Here are the sweepers. Here, guys, let me go in the sweepers. Bro, at least when Flo made her Flo's video, she speaking up for herself. Viarrah needs a lot of people to gas her up and to help make her argument instead of just responding properly. Bruh. Viarrah is not smart. Not smart when she Because I tried to warn her. I really did. Didn't take my advice.
And the thing is that you're not alone. And what upsets me is that when it comes to all the people who are coming here clearly from Flo's video, clearly haven't seen this channel, or at least haven't seen you through the years and don't understand who you are as a creator. So I find it incredibly frustrating to see all this happening, only to see that they don't understand who you are truly as a creator. Only
They don't truly understand how you are as a creator. Brother, the criticism is that she made an AI music video, and then when she got criticized for it, deleted her server. Like, people don't need to know who Viarrah is as a creator. They don't need to understand that. What they are seeing is the actions, and also criticizing said action.
the tidbits.
She associated me with misinformation that originally didn't come from me and I had zero knowledge of, further making me seen as unreliable.
Is if Charity is truly non-paid team, why am I paying some of them? This also just shows how little people know because nobody asked me. The person who is quite literally leading Starity and they claim is awful and they worked with, mind you. This was brought to my attention because the person who came to Flo got angry when they found out they weren't getting paid for the art while I commissioned other artists.
She stated she wouldn't use AI anymore, yet mentions how she will struggle without it since she has dyslexia.
Again, just know, in case I didn't make it clear, I will not be using AI anymore. Even though I'm so dyslexic, it's gonna be so freaking hard. But you know,
Bro! Oh, guys, I need AI for the. Why do you need AI for your dyslexia? Bro. What is this hope? My brother has dyslexia. He got on life fine without using AI. Opo naman. Tanga tong.
what? If people in Starity are genuinely and openly coming to me with some kind of an issue, if me, as a friend, as their leader, as someone who leads projects, it does not listen, then I do not deserve them, honestly.
She got accused of not making a statement because she was scared of criticism, to which she replied that it was incorrect, yet mentions later that she was ashamed and scared to make a statement as she didn't want to lose people.
It was just too much, not because, again, it was nothing about you guys that made me decide this. It was because I expected more from me, and that led me into backing away.
Editor Flo here, again. While I was writing the script, new evidence came to light which suggests VR had been using generative AI for her music video before she announced it, unlike what she implied being recent, aka January 24th, and a few seconds, the extract linked with the announcement. She shared the following to her Discord community server as spoilers 2 weeks before, on January 11, which we verified via the platform Hive. The 20-second footage linked here was AI generated, with her
Yeah, like it does look AI generated. Like if you see the designs of the buildings, yeah. Like what is this? Like look there. Why is it shaped like that? So yeah, it is AI. But I believe it's AI.
her voice added on top. If anything, this livestream was immature at best and unnecessarily long. On a factual standpoint, her document would have been more than enough to make her case, even though the document was also contradictory. And it should have ended there. Until at 1 hour and 16 minutes in her livestream, she made a point, which I must admit is correct, But the explanation that came with it is more than just explicit.
Flo should have reached out to first. I absolutely agree. This could have been ended up as a interview if she wanted to bring it something public and ask me how I feel about it. Mind you, she did reach to me when a Len Totally situation was happening. So she still had me friended on Discord. She could have came to my DMs, but she decided not to.
Little did she know this sentence would launch a domino effect. Not everyone who has watched or known me has been around during the Lentoli situation. This event has shattered the community into pieces, and the few remaining to tell you the tale still have scars of it. They will tell you there was a before and an after Len. Lentoli, once adored gacha tuber, role model for many, who massively promoted Gacha Club when it was being developed, ended up being exposed for such a level of inhumanity and corruption that even commentary channels outside of the gacha community covered it. It was everywhere. Videos of the time, like Curie's when Len was still trying to do damage control, or summary videos made years later, like Toastify's, are a constant reminder of how much Len was a danger to the community. Len was an adult man, preying on vulnerable minors, taking advantage of their innocence and his influence to benefit his twisted, lustful desires, and turning everyone against one another to avoid taking accountability. Most of you know about Sophia, the first known victim. Then came forward a 17-year-old around June 2022. And finally, Claire's story, which took place simultaneously with Sophia, was revealed in 2024 for me. But what if I were to tell you there was more? Something in hindsight that did much more damage than anyone could ever imagine. After years of profound research, allow me to tell you a story never heard before. How Len tried to come back to the community under a new identity, and he was helped for it. Let's go back in time. After being exposed, Len temporarily privated his channel for the first time in 2021. He brought it back up months later and started uploading content again. His last videos were Minecraft gacha content.
You know, like when I heard about Team Antagonist, like the only thing I knew Lento was the toast. I like watching. And when I heard about all of this, because I heard about it, I was like shocked. I was like, what the fuck? Because, you know, he was exposed in 2021. 2021 is way too recent of a time to be like, oh yeah, the kids don't know any better. There's been so many people throughout the year, like even before 2021, like 2017 to 2020, who have been exposed for like grooming, pedophilia. Like top of my head is like there was this channel called Cosmodor. I mean, Onision, getting during 2020, like a lot of creators were exposed for being inappropriate towards minors, and their respective communities kicked them out because of that. So, why he was being helped by GotchaTube, even after all the evidence, baffling to.
And those in particular fed off. Not because he had comments turned off, obviously, but the visuals, the animation, that was not him. That didn't feel like him. If you checked the description under those gacha Minecraft videos, it was stated that those videos were not Len's, but rather someone by the name of Squad Antagonist. Or it wasn't just someone, or Len trying to rebrand again. It was people. An entire team. Which was proven when literally Yuan made his video about the 17-year-old victim and showed the new channel Len was operating in secret. Antagonist. Len was making a voice-acted animated series with already 3 episodes in before being exposed again. He couldn't have possibly found new people to help him while starting from scratch under such a small amount of time. That means he already had connections. Good connections. People who knew what happened, yet decided to help him get back up quietly.
Well, I kind of know. Like, I'm just gonna say it. Not gonna name any names yet. But I kind of know who specifically was in here, and yeah. Some people I don't really know, but there's one that's, yikes. I don't like vague posts, but, plan, that I'll tell you guys is that I don't really want to expose it, like, immediately in the video, because since the video is more about Viarrah's, since I know more about Viarrah's, like, connection to this rather than the other people, I think it would be a smarter and, like, more cautious move just focus on Viarrah. But there will be like a section in the video I briefly go over who were like the list, because I was given a list, and I'm just gonna say, like, I'm gonna censor the list, and then I'm going to say, if these people know who they are, these people know that what they've done, so I want to give them the opportunity to come out about it on their own channel instead of me breaking it. Because it's not to say that I won't ever say who it is. It's just that I want to give the opportunity first for them to own up to it if they really do feel, and also for the people who know who these people to give me a bit more information. Like, I don't feel comfortable revealing, but it's not like, because if I don't have enough information, the problem with that is that the person may get away with it because they could be like, oh, she's spreading misinformation. I mean, you could just break it. No excuse. You know, like, I'm just trying to be careful. Because if you mishandle shit like this, if you mishandle it, it gives them an easy out. And I don't want these people to have an easy out. Especially when they were helping a known pedophile. So I'm just trying to, with the second video, I'm trying to do it in the most careful way I can, so as to hold them accountable and not give them any room to budge.
Under a new alias. End of June 2024. Thanks to Claire's kindness, she shared with me valuable information about a group of friends Len had that stood by him even after the events of February 2021, the LDF Cafe, or Long Distance Friends Cafe. Those people, mostly composed of prominent gacha tubers
Yeah, this was the list that I was given
at the time, whether they were religiously believing in second chances or his innocence, or intentionally chose to stay, were my number one suspects of trying to bring back Len via Team Antagonist. But by the time I got the names, most of those people had already disappeared from the internet. With the testimony of an ex-member of Team Antagonist who had post-traumatic memory loss, and the new information I got from Claire, I took the gamble and went through the list, hoping to prove the existence of a team who had long since been deleted and buried for years. This was my first time having a conversation with Viarrah, and it was about whether she was truly implicated on this or not. This was a huge risk on my end. So when I confronted her about it, I was seriously worried I would be shut off. But to my surprise, she didn't deny it. She confessed everything, confirmed previous testimonies, and added her own story. The full conversation is in the description below, but allow me to summarize it, as since the beginning of the situation, people don't seem to want to read. Team Antagonist was composed of 30 to 40 members, mostly of young talents, aka minors. Its leader was Len, and he was accompanied by 4 or more admins, all adults. In all of this, Viarrah helped him create the series. She was responsible for coaching Len's writing and even voiced one of his characters. She claimed they didn't know one another much until after his initial exposure, and only exchanged professionally. Editor Flo here, again! After some digging, people helped me find Viarrah's original comment under the Oopsie video years ago. And I don't know about you guys, but this feels contradictory based on her confession I received.
Hi, Potty. Yes? Oh, okay.
It is worth mentioning, however, so I'll leave it here. Len tried to get his new channel promoted via Viarrah, but she always refused. One day, one of Viarrah's close friends, a minor recommended to voice act for the series, saw Len play in the team's voice chat on Roblox.
Also, just like, why did Viarrah, knowing that Len, the pedo, like, agree to be in a team to make a gotcha voice acted and include, and there's minors there, and they know that there were minors there. Why are you allowing that the minors be near Len, be in communication with Len? Like, that doesn't make that would make no sense. You know, he got in trouble for sexting minors. So why do you have minors in your team? Like, you know, maybe it would still be bad, but it would be more excusable if everyone in the team were adults. But no, there are still minors in here. Like, bro.
Wishing to get close to him, they joined the voice chat, only to discover that Len was in the middle of a Roblox condo. For those who don't know what a Roblox condo is, it is a Roblox e-sex game. You know, one of the things Roblox didn't do shit about for years. Said close friends reported their findings to Viarrah. Viarrah confronted Len and cut contacts with him immediately. Shortly after, June 2022, Len was exposed for grooming the 17-year-old and every person within the team antagonist.
You know, I just like searched up Roblox condo on my phone, and bro, what the fuck? Why isn't Roblox doing anything about that? Disgusting.
This server was kicked, and later said server was deleted to hide all traces of such a group ever existing. The last thing Viarrah and I exchanged was about whether a 12-year-old or younger could have been inside the team. But given how children can pretend to be older than they actually are to enter projects,
I knew there will be more victims, because the last time I was in his service he was trying a flirty joke on 12 to 13-year-old kid server. Ouch. Yeah, but I stopped this pedo cause bruh, he dating my friend who is 17. Minors are adult, Len shouldn't be on the internet around them. That is very true.
Viarrah had no clue. And here, I couldn't bring myself to continue asking questions and haven't contacted Viarrah since. Despite proving the existence of team antagonists and gacha-tubers like Viarrah being involved in helping Len come back to the community under a new name, I was asked multiple times to keep the testimonies anonymous, and the ex-member who had memory loss after recovering what happened via my help wasn't as vengeful as they were in the beginning. After reaching a couple of friends,
Send me off topic. I'm terrified that these horrid people are undercover as other YouTubers. People should be IP banned from every platform. I agree. And if we ever find Len masquerading as another gotcha tuber again, like, then it needs to be called out. Because knowing like the emergence of like new gotcha related games, other platforms such as TikTok, I wouldn't doubt that he might try to get into the community again, or other people similar to him.
fresh trails that led to dead ends, they chose to focus on their education and attempted to move on, which I respected. Most of my informants also disappeared from their social media accounts, which left me no other choice but to carry this knowledge alone, hoping one day the opportunity offers itself again. That opportunity was 2 years later, aka very recently, with Viarrah's livestream, which leads us to our final arc. When I told the story of team antagonist to Maven, she decided to immediately add it to her document, which was an overall ex-members of Storytea's response to Viarrah's livestream and documentation. Maven's doc went over every claim with counter-argumentation, from already acknowledged elements to contradictions Viarrah made. Accompanied with those combined POV were brought new evidence. For example, Viarrah had already been confronted privately about the usage of AI before the incident. But based on the screenshots, it's hard to see whether both parties took it seriously or in a more lighthearted manner. The discussion channel where Viarrah explained herself to her team was also deleted, as confirmed by one member still in the team. Viarrah claimed she was reachable, but blocked or unfriended the members that left. Fro, who was referred as Joshua Moon in the doc, has shown signs of involvement inside and outside of the livestream. And finally, the context behind Viarrah's mention of Len with my evidence. The document also acknowledged their mistake regarding the misinformation spread about a member's payment and received several timed updates as new information came to light. Maven's document's first major update came after a heated discussion between Viarrah and her regarding the publication of the document. To put some context, Maven was initially unthreaded and blocked. Viarrah and I had throughout this time exchanged some words about my video and her livestream and shared our common regrets. I won't go into details on our full conversation, but its outcome.
Any regrets? Me personally is worrying that you would shut me down. I was scared for no reason, and it would have avoided a lot of issues. Sure. Yes, you reaching out could have solved anything. You choosing the path you chose has done irreparable damage to my reputation. Bitch, you did irreparable damage to your own reputation, bro. You were the one who sided with the pedo. Bro, what the fuck? Like, dude, she's pissing me off. The more this person speaks, it just, like, pisses me off.
Was peaceful. Then Maven released her doc, which I sent to Viarrah after she told me that depending on the gravity of Maven's doc, she might make a video. After her initial reading, she went straight to Maven's DMs, and this is where their arguments started. The full conversation exists and can be found in the description, but if I were to point out the main outlines of this discussion, this is what I understood. Viarrah questioned Maven's motive as to why her document was released. Maven stated she, along with other ex-Starity members, were the ones putting this together and wanted to provide another side of the story while giving more context to some obscure elements, with Len totally. Viarrah already apologized for using AI in her project, and there wasn't a valid reason to drag this on with another document. Maven retorted that her apology felt forced, as she was losing face and people, instead of showing genuine remorse. Maven also tells of bad experiences she had with the AI Viarrah used, which was Grok, which further explains her motive. Viarrah replies in two ways. If you don't accept my apology, there is nothing I can do, and defend her use of Grok AI by saying, I will not stop using a platform just because someone else had problems with it. And as for Lentoli, I have nothing to do with him anymore. I waited until there was absolute proof on a situation I knew little about. Once the evidence came to light, I distanced myself. This second line implies that the original exposed video, the oopsie video she saw and commented on, the Curie video, all of those were not enough evidence in her eyes to make Len guilty. She only stepped away when someone close to her was affected by him. From there, the discussion becomes heated and focuses on Len. Maven thinks Viarrah had, and still has, a victim-blaming mentality, ready to side with adult abusers because not enough evidence was provided by minor victims, which would undermine their voices. Maven also pointed out how Viarrah did not even question the gesture of pushing more minors towards Len, despite knowing what happened. Viarrah fights back, saying that she didn't side with anyone until proof came out and she left, and doesn't like how Maven is trying to paint her as a pedophile defender.
But she is a pedophile defender, bro. Like, the very act of working for Len totally and admitting that you went to work with him is just admitting, bro. Bro.
So she instead attacks Maven on her law studies and how she should know better. The conversation ends with Maven pointing out how Viarrah is unable to accept criticism and doesn't remove the fact she did harm on others too. She leaves stating that she will be adding the full conversation they had to her document. Maven's second update was written shortly after the first update. She received a legal notice by mail stating that Viarrah went to the nearest police station to make a statement, and if Maven didn't remove the document within 24 hours, Viarrah would continue the legal process. To Maven, this is an attempt at coercion by pressuring her to retract herself. With a police statement that only acknowledges Viarrah's side of events, we will go back on that later, it doesn't have the power to allow Maven to be investigated or be asked to remove any content she made about Viarrah, especially when both are from different countries. Viarrah lives in Croatia, while Maven is in the US. Later, Fro made a statement on behalf of Viarrah explaining to her community why they went to the legal path against Maven. Many in the comments pointed out how extremely disproportionate this measure was, especially when this all started from AI. Soon after, people spotted contradicting and unnecessary statements from Fro, such as immediately dismissing Maven's document as having no weight and not enough evidence, when it was a collaborative effort between many different people and sources. Maven, myself, ex-Authority members. Fro claiming to have been doxxed by Maven by referring to him as Joshua Moon and the
It's just, bruh. Oh yeah, guys, here's my full name. I go by my full name as a voice actor. Oh my gosh, they're doxing me.
Document, which turned out was his legal name. However, people spotted him using a YouTube account and other socials by the name of Joshua Moon, responding to them way before this post. Fro accuses Maven of abusing her law authority when Maven is only a law student. She has law knowledge, but doesn't have the right to enforce law, especially for her own benefit, as she is no lawyer. Fro is painting Viarrah as someone who has suffered great injustice despite apologizing for it, and describes Maven, and me to an extent, as bullies trying to confuse and lie to everyone.
Yeah, it's really lolcow behavior. It's like luckily luckily my comment there, calling them out and like other people too, was enough to get her to stop. So I wouldn't be surprised if she tries to do it again.
Everyone when she shot herself in the foot by taking the legal path. No one asked for her to do that. I have since tried to reach out to Fro in due diligence.
I appreciate you reaching out about all of this, but since you're asking for my honest thoughts, if you're messaging me about moving on from this whole ordeal, then I'm more than happy to chat. However, if this is about another video on Viarrah, then I'm going to have to respectfully decline. Maven already said in her statement that she wanted to take the high road and not mention the issue anymore, and Viarrah plans to do the same, handling any issues privately between us like it should have been from the beginning. I think I've seen him use Joshua Moon more than his online handle Fro. Yeah, bro, I didn't even know he was called Fro.
About his own thoughts on the case, but he declined my offer for a conversation. All that's left is a legal report that will apparently lead to nowhere since both sides decided to move on. So surely now that this has been acknowledged, we can take a look at the report itself, what was said, and what led to both sides not wanting to mention this issue anymore. Before proceeding, I'd like to provide evidence that Maven gave me written permission to show said reports within this video. Given that the police report is in Croatian, and since Google Translate sucks sometimes, I have asked a native Croatian to translate its content in English. And if you are Croatian and want to try to do the translation to verify this one, don't hesitate to comment down below if you found anything noteworthy that was missed in this translation. So when I initially read its content for the first time after being fully translated, I was dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of most claims made in that report. Because what do you mean Authority used to be a company between 2022 and 2025? I thought it was a non-profit voluntary team. Someone leaked a public announcement? The horror! Grok AI was also used.
Okay, I need to read. Have it. I'm gonna find where is the. Let me read it. Okay. Wait, come on, what the fuck? I can't see it. Oh my god. Wait, let me screenshot it, and then like I'll put it in a screenshot dumper. On the basis of Article 205, paragraph 3, about the law of criminal procedure, a certificate such document is issued with which, name blank, sent a report to the police with the content of which from 2022 to 2025 had a project in which she posted content under the name Starity, DOO, which is a company in the Balkans. Wait a minute, how is it a company if it's a volunteer team? And the company was closed last year? How does that make sense? All her content was for the American people and was in English. That company was closed in 2025. Why did the company close? But because of the fact that she loved it, she continued to make videos, also other platforms like Discord and Instagram. Because of the fact making content takes a lot of time, she had a team, which was mostly volunteer work. But the team is Starity, so what is this? On the 25th of January, someone from her team leaked she used AI to make a video. What do you mean leaked? You made a public announcement on your community server. On the 25th of January, with one person from the team, she had a miscommunication issue regarding the latest video Viarrah posted that was made using Grok AI out of curiosity with Viarrah's materials and characters. Her team didn't support that, so they tried to come to an agreement, which they did, and thought the situation was over. However, because of this layer, a huge situation would start with a same name member. This girl/team member introduced herself as Maven. After taking the time, Maven agreed with everything, but she left the team because of a change of opinion, and finding out some members of the team had commissions for work/were paid in commissions, whilst she wasn't, but it's because Maven agreed to volunteer work and was only doing easy animation. She joined the team because she liked what Viarrah was doing and asked to be part of the team and was informed about the whole situation from the beginning. But after that, she started to go public with various false claims/information regarding the whole situation and Viarrah herself. After false claims, which were made public across several social media sites, Viarrah started getting several hateful comments, and then even more false information started being sent around, which are about Viarrah's channel, her team, and what they do. That person contacted a person named Flo Telendi, which had a YouTube channel that they covered drama, and Flo also spread unfinished and incorrect information. We doesn't specify what the information is. That is, parts of conversation were taken out of context and reworded or otherwise altered. After that, that person, Flo, posted it online with incorrect information, and it led to Viarrah's personal life, mental health, and everything she built across the year. Work, community, videos, channel be put in danger. How? How was it put in danger? You were called out for using AI. After all of these happenings/situations, Viarrah felt the need to say her side of the story which is true, without any without any lies or hiding information. And so she made a live stream on her own YouTube channel, Viarrah, so she could talk openly about the whole ordeal and find a common language so they can fix and smooth things over. After, with all her tries and efforts to fix the situation and try to get the truth out and get rid of the false information, Viarrah got a message that they were going to make a Google Docie with all the false information, and that they will also add on a situation from 2021 to 2022. In that period, she used to voice act characters for a guy named Len Totally. The person named Maven was in direct contact with him, but there was speculation that Len had an underage girlfriend, and everyone believed him to be a pedophile. It was proven that he was. What? Some fucking bullshit ass report. Okay, there's the missing part. Viarrah kept in touch with Len until there was concrete proof, but then when there was, she cut contact. The person named Maven wants to call Viarrah out on working with a pedophile and spins that story around. Bro. Obviously spinning it in her favor.
Don't hesitate to comment down below if you found anything noteworthy that was missed in this translation. So when I initially read its content for the first time after being fully translated, I was dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of most claims made in that report. Because what do you mean Starity used to be a company between 2022 and 2025? I thought it was a non-profit voluntary team. Someone leaked a public announcement? The horror! Grok AI was also used out of curiosity, apparently, as if we didn't establish this entire time that it was a deliberate decision aimed for a Gacha music video that lasted for 2 weeks before said announcement. There isn't proof as of now that Maven was initially okay with Viarrah using AI. In fact, Maven has been the most vocal about her opinions on the matter throughout this entire situation. Viarrah seems to state that everything up until this point about her not coming from her is false, altered, or out of context, and that she is being targeted, defamed, and attacked by Maven, whereas everything she did and has claimed to be doing is the 100% undeniable truth. Finally, when it comes to what she said about the Lentololi case, I'll rather read the translation myself. In that period, she, Viarrah, used to voice act characters for a guy named Lentololi. He was apparently 19. The person named Maven never was in direct contact with him, but there was speculation that Len had an underage girlfriend, and everyone believed him to be a pedophile. And so did Maven. Joined in on that and believed it. Viarrah kept in touch with Len until there was concrete proof, but when there was, she cut contact. The person named Maven wants to call Viarrah out on working with a pedophile and spins that story around. I think we all know where this is going, so let's just get to the end.
I know that there's people who are gonna twist my words in here, but that's really on you after this. That is really on you. Now, lastly, know that I am sorry to you guys. I am sorry that I had disappointed you, and I am sorry that I did not include you into this. Flo's video was not.
See, like, this is why, guys, this is why you never respond to allegations on live stream. It's just gonna be weaponized against you.
Not properly explained. I didn't want to make it public. It wasn't supposed to be mentioned public. But if you're talking about the server thing, again, I did not know that I was gonna hurt the amount of people I have. Bro, who is Flo? It's a gacha tuber who covers drama.
How is your friend gonna be accused of being a pedophile? Instead of asking them about it, you blame the underage. You know, like, Tati, it's like, it's worse because Viarrah saw video evidence of Len grooming that minor, and she still worked with him. So she saw concrete evidence of Len receiving CP, texting, etc., and watched all of that, and it's like, well, there's more to the story, and I'm gonna voice act in his series, cause, you know, other people are siding with him. Fucking unreal, bro.
In the community that nobody talks about, and she gets views and clicks and rage baits over it. I don't even know my guy.
Also, right, we're gonna watch the Viarrah response, but before that, last stream, if like or though, like, last stream, if you like my previous stream, like, I stream more now, I was looking back on my first videos, and these first videos, these three, because they were like the first saga I did before the Shibimation saga, and I was like covering a bunch of people, and I saw that there was this person named Pisces Anon who was crashing out about how, oh guys, Tyler Catastrophe gets more like attention than me. Here, I have like the short here. Let's play it. Let me read it though. Okay, now I'm starting to get annoyed. I have been saying Shelby is a liar and was not abused for 2 fucking years, and I got no response from the community. I have researched her claims and documented almost all of her VODs, past and present, gone through Twitter, Tumblr, TikTok, Instagram, Blue Sky, and yet you all are focused on the person who does have an unhealthy relationship with the accused and may have some mental issues. I in no way support Tyler or the stuff he's said and done, especially the two-spirit thing and ridiculous pricing of his jewelry, but come the fuck on. I've called Shelby a liar more than once, and none of you bat an eye. If it's because I'm faceless and an anon, I may start doing short clip videos explaining shit. So it's just like she's complaining that people are going after Tyler more. So, you want more eyes on your research, huh? The same research where you were telling me in DMs that Shubble was abusive because of things like this Twitter post? I can give more attention to this so-called evidence compiled by you and your colleagues if you want to present them live on stream. I am challenging you, Pisces Anon, to show everyone why we should believe that Shubble lied about Wilbursut and that she's actually the abuser? Unless you want to continue hiding behind locked comments and blocks. Because it's just like, you want attention so bad. Like, she really wants attention. I got 3.89k. What did Twitter posts say? Let me get it. Let me get it. Okay. It's literally just an of Wilbur Soot holding Shovel's cat, and like apparently this like proves, I don't know. And then I was like on my phone earlier while I was letting some of the videos play. Oh, my mic is okay. Wait. Okay, is my mic okay? Is it okay now? Potty? Okay. And wait. Because I also posted it on TikTok, since when it comes to my shorts, as long as they're below damn shit. Oh my god, I'm getting ear raped. Because I repost my shorts both on YouTube and TikTok. So I had it on TikTok and I added her because I was like, bro, no content. Locks the fucking account. Locks the account. I challenge her. Locks the account. You go on Twitter, where she was saying this bullshit. Locked. Protected the account. And then, cherry on top, complains about me. The predictions, Voss. Voss, are you in chat right now? Voss, my buddy, complains about me. Look here, where is it? Still clinging to me. And if you think this is the worst, a consultant of mine has called Shelby an overdramatic abuser. Oh my fucking god. I hate her. Why does she still have an obsession with you and my friend? Who the fuck are you? I don't know. I wish I knew. I saw this girl's content like 5 years ago. I wasn't even active 5 years ago. What are you talking about, bro? I never liked her. I had no idea she talked about you. If you still didn't like Wilbur, you wouldn't be talking about the situation still, woman. Dude, I do this for content. Zero spine, bro. Zero fucking spine. And it's like, what do you mean I made content 5 years ago? Like I wasn't. Did I even make content? I don't think I did. Unless they're referring to. Was I making synthesizer V No, but my synthesizer V covers were 3 years ago. I wasn't making content 5 years ago. Especially not with this avatar. And it's just like, yes, bro, let me go to my community and be gassed up by some parasocial fucking minors. Forgot about this one. Didn't know she had a TikTok, but she's still being obnoxious. Debate me on stream then, bro. Locking and deleting comments isn't proof of anything other than the poster is getting harassment. Really? Really? Really, bro? Really? It's harassment? Let's see. Let's see what the fucking harassment is. Let me scroll down. Because it's just so funny. I'm giving you the prime opportunity to the audience, especially if I post a, like, edited VOD, which cuts it up. Or embarrassing. Yeah, exactly, bro. Embarrassing. Because it's, like, somewhere here. Because she was, like, getting, like, hate and shit for this. It was around here. Like, I'm not sure. I saw it before. I've been saying Shelby is a liar and was not abused. Okay. Somewhere around here. Because she was getting thing like, you bitches that dick ride abusive men are very weird. Hope you get the help you need. And this is the TikTok comments. Literally, how hard is it to just believe women? Who are you? What's Pisces? No, Pisces Anon is completely separate. Dewdrops is like Dewdrops is completely different person. They rebranded to something else. I don't remember. You're not Tyler, are you? No one should be blaming a victim, bro. Y'all are too invested in her abuse story. This is not the flex you think it is, dude. This is so weird of you. Bro, I don't care what evidence you think you have on someone's abuse. You are not there, and you cannot possibly know what Shelby went through. So, wait, let me just put it here. I'm gonna put it in the screenshot dumper for easy access. This is what she's calling harassment. Comments, like literally asking for it. You want a reaction, yet you can't fucking handle it? Don't know why she keeps putting research in air quotes, like she does much more than parrot what other people say and pull information out of assumptions. This is such a cruel, intentional misconstruing of your I'm sorry, I'm the one who parrots what other people say when I was the one who was looking in to like what Pisces was saying, trying to find the fucking like, dude. Bro, my ex-girlfriend supported Wilbur not too long ago because she couldn't distance herself from his Minecraft content. I directed her to other Minecraft YouTubers. It's so simple to not support an abuser. Like, yeah, okay, sure. But the problem with Pisces Anon is that she was making argument that Shubble is a liar and is abusive. Yet, when I give her a fucking platform, like though it has 4 concurrent viewers, it's still an audience nonetheless. Especially with how active the chat has been. When I like give like a platform for this, to say like, oh yeah, you want your fucking attention so bad, they freak out. They freak out like a little fucking worm. And it's so like it would be like very funny content. The point is easy to understand. You only go after Tyler this much about Wilbur because they're not mentally well. I would like to add that the fact that they're not conventionally attractive adds on to it. It's lol cow culture at its most. Blatant second to Christian. To say you're jealous of Tyler because of this post is ridiculous. Bro. It, I've called Shelby a liar more than once, and none of you bat an eye. Like it's clear that they're jealous. That they're so fucking jealous of Wilbur. And when they're like confronted about it, they go on lockdown. Because if they believe that Shelby truly is abusive, then why can't they fucking defend themselves? Why do they need to go on lockdown? Right? Like, it's so embarrassing. Though, sorry guys, we're not getting. We are not getting the funny crash out content. Unfortunately. No one can do it for the content. Put themselves on lockdown because they're too afraid. Too fucking scared to debate their points. And well, what has to be wrong with you not only to support an abuser, but also to blame the victim and scraping at random Twitter posts because you can't distance from a YouTuber? Not to mention, it's parasocial. True, bro. That's so true. Because, like, these... And you know what they do? You know what they do, right? Let me just real quick. You know what they do? They run to their hug box of parasocial minors. Like, they run there to their parasocial minors. Like, I'm pretty sure this person is... Why does she still have an obsession with... It's, like, funny. If you didn't like Wilbur, you wouldn't be talking about the situation still, woman. Let's see. No, like, let's look at this shit. Like, sorry for a bit of the... Bro, why are you posting your face on... I am not showing the... Dude, they're go running to their hug box of 15-year-olds. I don't know who this is. Also minors. Can't handle. They cannot handle criticism from an adult. They can't handle anything that isn't minors praising them for harassing Shelby. Because, like, this person, like, was, like, accusing... I know I went through this in, like, the other stream. But if I type in Pisces Anon, if I type in there, go sort by top. See, like, it's like body languages, vocal changes, verbal cues. It's just ridiculous. Like, I can also search. Let's see. I see all this Shovel support squad. Like, they know who we... I get tense whenever I see someone that looks like her, or if someone says the name Shelby, I get anxious. All from someone I never met. I don't want to say she abused us because I'll seem crazy. I don't know what to do anymore. Like, they were telling me how Shovel was, like, abusive. Why does she still have an obsession with... Why do you still have an obsession with... Also because, like... It's because when you see someone... Because, let's be honest. Pisces Anon is a bit of, like, one of those lol cows that you follow from, like, time to time. It's simply because. And, like, I mention it because she's a lol cow. That's it. It's, like, entertaining to watch a lol cow crash and burn. Holy shit, that is the most parasocial combination. I'm just gonna have the Viarrah video. These people won't rest
For those
until
who are
they...
new or aren't
Wait.
following,
I'll play this in a while. Let me just like finish my... And it's like so true, cause it's like they can't fathom. I recommend watching. A friend once told me, I played this like a day ago. Of here.
Which leads me to my main point. I am a victim of Shelby Shovel and her little support squad.
Like this is what Pisces Anon believes. She believes that she's personally victimized by Shovel. All because Shovel goes on a stream to talk about her experience of abuse via biting. You know, like these people, like the more I cover these, the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, yeah, Wilbur's probably guilty. Because it's just like, what? You're being gassed up by a group of parasocial minors. Because like and the very few ones that are adults, but most of them are minors. And like every time she push back against cries victim and says that she's in danger or something like that. So yeah, we're not gonna get debate though. No debate. Well, though as expected. And she has the, you know, like she tries to pretend that she's so brave and that she's so much better. Yet, you know, cowers and fucking every time. And those who aren't minors possibly were minors when the drama took place. Very true. That was 2 years ago. Anyways, let's watch, just before to end the stream, let's watch the Viarrah. Then, like, after this VR covering this, I'm gonna, like, end stream. Since, not gonna lie, I'm really hungry. But I'll still be active in the Discord. The Discord link is in the chat. If you join, come join so that I'll be active in general chat. Now let's play.
the drama, I wish I was in your shoes right now. For a while, a lot of information has been shared around me. From out of context, all the way to past mistakes from 2022. Flo, her community, Maven, and her friends decided it would be best to drag me down, along with all the mistakes they could find about me. I'm not here to clear my name as much as I want to address something important. The bullying and harassment. I know there will be someone, either a minor or an adult, who will find themselves...
Guys, drop your Prime sub. Wait, wrong platform. Yeah, I don't stream on Twitch. Drop the super chats, y'all.
in a similar situation in the future. And I want you to know that you are not alone. The truth is, no matter who you are, or who you meet, or what you do, there will always be someone who will look at your one mistake instead of 100 good things you try to do. That's how people are. Mind you, all this started because of my usage of AI, which has been cleared. But when that didn't cause enough drama in the community, it became something bigger.
My usage of AI, which has been... Yet admits that she'll have a hard time using without using AI because of her dyslexia, and was like conceded to, oh, I'll just use it for backgrounds or storyboarding. Like, they had to whittle you down through like 43 screenshots of conversation before you could even admit that. And also, like, this, why is this like video like formatted? I cleared AI charges at Grok. Is this true?
Maven was hurt. I don't doubt that. But turning her emotions into facts instead of communication was also wrong.
She left Starity before addressing her pain and later claimed I had blocked her. Because
Later claimed that I had blocked her, which I have been told. Bro, we saw in Flo's video that it was true. That you removed her.
these two things weren't enough, they went back as far as 2022 to quote-unquote expose me for quote-unquote supporting Len. And in case that wasn't enough, they decided to deep search my name to try and find any more dirt about me. If they wanted more dirt, they could have easily went back a decade ago. Maybe back to when I was born and count each mistake one by one.
Bro, the point of the criticism is that you were supporting Len even after he was exposed for grooming minors. What is it? Oh my god, it's worse than I remember.
Wouldn't that be a video? It's a shame that I have been on the internet as long as I have, met a lot of people, met friends, and it took only one person who wasn't even my friend to try and take me down. The worst part is that I almost let her tear me down, and I almost let the internet break me. Now, I haven't seen the video about me, and I'm not planning to, because I addressed everything that needed to be addressed.
Oh my god, bro. Yeah, here guys, I made a recorded video response. But I didn't watch the videos criticizing me, bro. Dude, at that point, just pop up another live stream.
But nothing will be ever enough because the drama will always be more entertaining to those who have nothing better to do. That's the hell side of the internet. People don't care who you are. They only care about your mistakes. The story with Len is simple. Old, but simple. When the drama was fresh, I was invited into his server by one of his best friends. I wasn't asked to defend him, and I really do not recall defending him considering it has been 4 years ago. I was one of the many people in his server, and a lot of people defended him and shared things about the victim that the exposure video did not tell. Apparently, these people knew the person. I wasn't picking sides. I was curious and wanted to hear what the other side had to say. The plan was for Len and his best friends to make a document, full version of everything, and I wanted to see it.
Fuck, I'm being called out. I do have nothing better to do. Viarrah. It's like, I'm a drama channel. Of course, I like drama. I like to roll around in the mud and throw. But in this, because bro was so sweeping and like, oh yeah, guys. This like server for a document, but then you were working on a Gacha voice acted series with Len, so what are you talking about, bro?
I'm the type of person who listens to both sides of the story, instead of jumping into the judgments on the first video. I like to believe there's good in people, and I was ready to hear and see what they want to share. Len and I were never close. He came to me only when he was either bored, or wanted to chat, or needed something such as my voice for his series.
But what did you guys chat about? That's the question.
I love voice acting, and so I jumped into it without thinking much about it.
I love voice acting, so I jumped to voice acting in a series created by a known pedophile. Really, bro?
I was on a group chat call with him once, I believe, and that's when everyone was playing Minecraft. I remember it was him and a bunch of girls, and all I was thinking was if these girls were his friends, or were they actually having a crush on him and that's why they all were here. Either way, my friend who joined the drama became closer with Len thanks to Roblox. They would play shooting games together as the document was being made, until, one day, my friend wanted to join in Len's server in a Roblox game he never heard of, only to find out it was a lewd game that anyone can join. Apparently, Len pleaded my friend not to tell anyone, but seeing the issue, he left and told me right away. After hearing this, I left, deleted messages between us.
Okay, so if she deleted the messages from her end, then can't recover that.
Unfriended him and his friends, I blocked him, and I basically ran. Not long after that, another exposure video came out, and I got the answer I waited for, I guess.
But that doesn't make sense either, because Team Antagonist was 2021 to 2022. But if we go and we look at the Len Totally, The Truth Unveiled, where all of this information came out, if we look at that, this was 5 years ago. It was March 20, 2021. This video, even if the narrative was more skewed towards Len, showed everyone what they needed. And they see here, like, her comment's real. It's still here. So, like, you see that, see here, and I played it before earlier on stream, that Len admitted to having seen, admitted to group. Saw, we could see, like, the way he was talking to them. Yet, you needed another exposure video to come out. You needed to wait until another person was victimized. Like, to cut him off. You make a video on Hatsumi. I'm not sure who that is, and unless she has come back from, she has come back to the gacha community, I don't feel the need. I think, like, I know that she's just a groomer, and I think, like, Flo and other people have already made good videos.
That was the story of me and Len, which I shared to Flo back in 2022, but it's only now that she decided it was serious enough to be shared. After 4 years, people change, grow in 4 years. If I am being judged for something that happened years ago, I respectfully ask you to look at your own past mistakes as well. Are you the same person you were 4 years ago? We change on a daily basis. You aren't the same person you were yesterday, and you won't be the same person tomorrow. Besides,
Well, 4 years ago, I was about 17 years old, and I wasn't a pedo defender. I didn't willingly work with a pedophile. So, +1 on my end.
Len, I tried to resolve this matter privately with Maven, but she made it clear how everything is coming out. Because of the backlash I got from Flo's video, I was afraid people will believe misinformation over what really happened. It stressed me out beyond what my body.
Well, what is the misinformation, Viarrah? It's just like we keep throwing out misinformation, but nobody wants to say. You don't want to say what the misinformation is.
And mind can handle. As an adult, I thought I wouldn't need the help of my family. But I was so scared that I just told them everything. It was a family plan to ask for help of the police, and so we went the next day to ask for advice. I prepared 7 detailed documents with all the police would need. When I got there, I was questioned. I was shaking, thinking they wouldn't believe me either. I had to tell them what's in the documents, and they had to see if what I say matched everything there. The police were clear. They can't do much without a lawyer. But what they can do is make a document to give Maven as a warning. They've seen these situations before, and they believe the document would be enough to make people back off. They said this could go 2 ways after I give Maven the document. She'll back down and things will calm down, or she'll continue with a third party and the internet will lash out on me. It's funny how they predicted exactly what was going to happen. The police document wasn't a threat. It was a piece of paper issued as a warning.
Dude. A warning is a threat. Threat synonyms. Let's see. The danger, peril. Is threat a synonym of warning? Yes, they are synonyms in certain contexts. It's just like, oh yeah, I didn't threaten her, but I issued a paper warning her if she didn't stop. If she didn't take down the heckin' Google Docky and apologize publicly, then I will sue her. Dude, it is a threat. Just because you it veil it in a different wording doesn't mean it's not a threat.
What the internet failed to realize is that if the issue wasn't as serious, why would police even bother with it? They saw where the things would lead, and they were right. I came to them for help.
Dude, I think I want to bitch slap this person. Will I get sued for that? Will I get sued for saying I want to bitch slap Viarrah?
I came to them out of fear and harassment and bullying, and Lord forbid, something worse.
Like, the police just gave you advice on what to do. If it truly was as serious as it was, wouldn't you think they'd like hook you up with a lawyer? Wouldn't you think they would continue to do more action? A threat is a warning that you will do. A warning is a threat that you will do something. Exactly. Exactly. Summarized it really well.
The police predicted the exact moves from the internet, but they can't do anything without a lawyer, which I did not even contact, despite them advising me to.
Told you, get a lawyer, bruh. And it's like, oh, I didn't contact a lawyer. I wonder why, she's broke.
I didn't want my parents to waste money on a person who doesn't even know me.
I won't get sued then, let's go!
Another thing people fail to realize is that if I was truly some sort of a pedo or a pedo defender...
No, the argument is that you swept for a pedo and you worked with a pedo. Also, the police cannot take you into questioning for that because, well, a lot of legal jurisdiction, and also that's not how the police works because Len hasn't been found to be a pedophile. Like, I don't even know in Croatian law if you can in or like jailed for working with a pedophile unless you had hand in distributing or in child endangerment, then I doubt it. But like the criticism here is that you saw this guy was talking inappropriately to a minor, CP from said, and you still stuck by him. That's the criticism. You don't need called into questioning for police for people to make that criticism or for that criticism to be true.
Why didn't the police take me in for questioning? I practically turned myself in with the screenshots of Len and the full detailed story. They did ask. I explained what I wrote, they checked everything, and they didn't take me in after I had told them the truth.
Also, based on the police report that we saw from Flotalendi's video, you kept painting yourself in the best light possible. So I cannot trust unless you want to show screenshots of police. I cannot trust that what you showed was accurate to the story.
If I was so guilty, they could have. What I failed to realize in all this mess is that a bunch of people who claim to know me actually knew nothing about me. Online friends, the community, they decided to believe people who were barely talking to me or don't know me at all.
Or they decided to believe people who have presented evidence of your wrongdoing and criticized you. And the only reason you got away with it is because you have a way bigger platform than Flotalandia now.
After Flo released the video, that again, I won't be watching for my sake and sanity, people decided it would be great to spend their free time bullying, harassing, and sending all kinds of stuff, such as nasty drawings, and spreading even more lies.
So guys, for context about the drawing, like, like, because I know that what drawing she, and it's because it was from someone I know. Let me just find it. Because it was like an edit that being made. There was like I don't know where the link edit is, but it was one feature. Where is it? It is in my server. I'm scrolling through. It is a stick on my. Okay, I found it. I found it. Yes. My mouse. Oh my god, my mouse. Here. Credits to Rosie Hell for this. Give me liberty, or I defend pedo. This is the context. This is the supposed nasty drawing that Viarrah mentioned. It's just a chud image of her. So funny.
People got angry with me for going to the police when all I wanted was some advice. So, I'm here. Made all this, not for the sake of my name, but for the sake of people who might find themselves in this situation. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't let your parents watch you suffer. You can do something about it, but choose peace. You can block people, and you have the right to. You can delete negativity off your platforms. Protect your peace and your mentality.
Ah yes, I'll be protecting my peace. I'll be protecting my by dodging a or working with a known predator. With knowingly working with a predator, I'm protecting my peace, guys. I'm protecting my peace.
People I have considered friends left as soon as things got hard, but maybe that could be a good thing. Just like seasons change, so do people. They come and go, and that's okay. I'm grateful for the memories and fun times. But a goodbye doesn't have to be sad. Not always. I entertained this drama to the point I almost lost myself in it. Whatever I did was wrong, and whatever I said was wrong. People got mad that I was angry at how things have turned out, as if I am not allowed to have any emotions. It's okay to feel, but don't let that anger get the better of you. Change is for everyone. Embrace it. Share your thoughts if you want to. Share your work.
Also, can I just say that this video reminds me of like a evangelical pastor speech?
Share your dreams. Share who you want to be. The truth is that someone will always hate you for something. But there's also people who will love you for you. I'm here to share my stories because I like to make them. Your opinions on me won't change that, and I'm sorry. If you still feel the anger, the disappointment, the annoyance, that's okay.
This is just like the reflection videos that Christians make. But instead of like a good message, it's someone dodging accountability. Not even mistakes, for like the actions that they consequences to the act. Willingly working with a child predator. Children.
Me too. But instead of wasting your time on bullying, block me and move on. You
Wasted bullying. Oh God, bro. These people, they can't take it. They can't take the lashing. The very deserved lashing.
never have to see me again. People I have hurt in the past came reaching their hand to me. People I never spoke to came checking up on me. People I have forgotten, people who didn't agree with me came forward. For that, I'm forever grateful. You can be kind. You just have to choose that path. I have chosen mine. I decided to let go and move forward. This is just another season. A season I didn't have to go through alone. It took me too long to realize your opinions on me do not define the person I am. I did what I could, and I'm proud of myself for that.
I did what I could, such as making AI when my team is firmly against it, being inconsistent in payments to my team. Again, I've been beating this point to death throughout the past 4 hours. Like, guys, I defended Len totally, and I can't any
This all showed me who my true friends really are,
enablers.
and I can't be grateful enough for them. Ask for help when you're lost. Cut people who hurt you off.
We should cut off Len totally.
You don't have to look at the negativity. Turn your back, pray for your haters, and move forward.
Oh my gosh, pray for the haters, guys. Pray for my. Oh my gosh, it's just like. It's just weaponizing your religion and using it as a shield.
Lord, it's okay, because you're never alone. Lastly, I'm sorry to those I hurt because of this. No, my intentions were never to hurt anyone, even though I might have. I thank you all for the lessons, for understanding, for helping me realize I need to change some things, and for opening my eyes. People are bound to hate and scream, but it's really about how you decide to go along from this. Be kind to each other, or separate from one another. The point is, never be afraid to fail. It makes you human, and know that I am very proud of you for trying your best.
Just like cultivating the parasocialness with your audience too. It's like, oh my god, bro.
With that, I'm letting go of all this negativity and moving on. I will see you soon with more stories. Thank you.
Let's see. What is the top comment? I said, yes, invoking God in this because you cannot handle criticism. Bro, it's like Romans 12. Bless those who persecute you. Don't curse them. Pray that the cherry on top. Put a fucking biblical verse. What is the context of Romans 12? Romans 12. What is the context of a living sacrifice, love in action, full service in the body of Christ, love in action. Bless those who persecute. I will look into this. Viarrah girl, what is this? My sister in Christ, you had one. No, you can't just leave this. You need to figure it out. Accountability ain't present. No, the fact. This is more of you glazing yourself. Is the accountability in the room with us? No, but surely victimizing in the room is with us. At least. Guys, don't make her angry. She might call the police. At least, bro, they've been criticizing her. And I don't know what the like to just. But yeah, I think like I'm caught up now. Everything refreshed my mind on the. I procrastinate video. I don't know how to make it look good considering that the are crap. But that one is a shorter video and hopefully finished. I checked the deadline. The deadline's on the 25th. You know, put out more. In terms of like the shorts, there's going to be another short later. Shorts are very easy to make, so expect one or two of them later in the day. Anyways, I'm gonna end stream. Thank you so much for sticking with me. Like and subscribe if you enjoyed it. I will active on the day. I just really want to eat lunch. I'm so hungry. Anyways, y'all.